or amount that was disbursed to KERA for the financial year 2023-2024 as at September 2024 for Nairobi City County, and the measures being taken to address the inordinate delay. That is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, already in the chambers. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame rehema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao hajasawa wamesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell. Yes.
Well, earlier on, we just aired a recap of the debate by members of the National Assembly, a debate with regards to the challenges that are recently witnessed in the rollout of the National Health Insurance Fund, if you like SHIF, or the Social Health Authority, commonly referred to as SHA. It is a debate that took place on the Tuesday sitting with regards to the issues that need urgent attention to restore normalcy in the health sector. These were issues that were raised by the members of Parliament, and the recap was done by none other than the Parliamentary Media Relations Officer, Muremi Mwangi, which just aired before the commencement of the House business. But back to what the members will be transacting this afternoon, even as we wait for the quorum to be achieved. At least 50 members need to be inside the chambers, pursuant to the House Standing Order number 34. Members, as you can see, that is the entrance of the chambers. Members making their way into the chambers. This is Kaloleni, Member of Parliament, who has just walked in. Honorable Paul Katana. And of course, we are waiting to see more members. Remember, the prayer has been said and the chair has been taken. But if the House does not correct, then that means that a quorum bell has to be rung, at least to give room for the members who may be within the precincts of Parliament, but yet to make their way into the chambers, to do that for the House to commence its business. Earlier on, I had indicated to you that the members of National Assembly this afternoon are expecting to engage the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport, Davis Chirchir. Before we go back to look at the questions that the members will be seeking responses to, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44, paragraph 2C, there is a statement here that will be requested from the ministry. Here that will be requested from the ministry or the relevant ministry. So back to what the members this afternoon, if the Cabinet Secretary. All right, that is the Sergeant at Arms, and as is the tradition, once the quorum is achieved, that is just a signal to the clerk and the speaker that the quorum has been achieved. More members are still making their way into the chambers. So allow me to hand you over.
Honorable members, on their feet, take your seats. Order, honorable members, take your seats. Honorable members have a communication to make on the committal of different provisions of the Business Laws Amendment Bill 2024 to various departmental committees. Honorable members, the Business Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2024, sponsored by the leader of the majority party, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, AGH-MP, was read a first time during today's morning sitting. The bill seeks to amend 9 acts of parliament, namely the Banking Act, Cap 488, the Central Bank Act, Cap 491, the Microfinance Act, Cap 493, the Standards Act, Cap 496, the Kenya Accreditation Service Act, Cap 496A, the Scrap Metal Act, Cap 503, the Special Economic Zones Act, Cap 517A, the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute Act, Cap 511A, and the National Electronic Single Window System Act, Cap 485D. Honorable members, Standing Order 127.1 provides that a bill having been read a first time shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee without question put. Despite the said provisions, Standing Order 127.1A provides, and I quote, save for a finance bill, the Speaker may refer various provisions of a bill proposing to amend more than one statute in its principal provisions to the relevant departmental committees in accordance with their mandates. Honorable members, I therefore direct that the various provisions of the bill stand committed to the departmental committees for consideration and public participation as follows. The Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning will deal with the provisions of the bill relating to the Banking Act, Cap 488, the Central Bank Act, Cap 491, and the Microfinance Act, Cap 493C. The Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives will deal with the provisions of the bill relating to the Standards Act, Cap 496, the Kenya Accreditation Service Act, Cap 496A, the Scrap Metal Act, Cap 503, the Special Economic Zones Act, Cap 517A, the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute Act, Cap 511A, and the National Electronic Single Window System Act, Cap 485D. Honorable members, I further direct that the lead committee on this bill, for purposes of consolidating the portions, will be the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. The two committees should move expeditiously and undertake public participation on their respective portions of the bill. Thereafter, the lead committee is expected to table a consolidated report in the House prior to commencement of second reading. Thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members, I have a message from His Excellency the President on nomination of persons for appointment to constitutional commissions and other state offices. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42.1, I wish to report to the House that I've received 5 messages from His Excellency the President relating to nomination of the persons the following state offices. A, Chairperson and members of the Board of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA. B, Chairperson and members of the Commission on Administration of Justice, CAJ. C, Chairperson and members of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC. D, Chairperson and a member of the National Gender and Equality Commission, NGEC. And E, second Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. In the first message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred under Section 115 of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority Act 2011, as read together with Section 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, he nominates A, Mr. Ahmed Isaac Hassan CBS as the chairperson of the board of IPOA. B, the following as members of IPOA board: Ms. Anne Wanjiku Mwangi, Dr. Micah Onyego Nyakego, Mr. Boniface Kipkemboi Samati, Dr. Annette Mbogo, Honorable John Mushiri Nyaga, Mr. Ken Williams Nyakyomita, and Ms. Jacqueline Lukalo Mwenesi. Honorable members, the second message. In the second message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred by Article 250 of the Constitution and Section 116 of the Commission on Administration of Justice Act 2011, as read together with Section 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, he nominates the following persons for appointment to the respective offices in the Commission on Administration of Justice: Mr. Charles Orinda Dulo, Chairperson; Honorable Charles Njagwa Kanyi, Member; Ms. Dorothy Jemator Kimengich, Member. In the third message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred by Article 230 and 250 of the Constitution and Section 710 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 2011, as read together with Section 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, he nominates A. Sami Chepkwony as the chairperson of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, and B, the following as members of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission to represent various institutions as indicated: Ms. Jane Gataka Njage, a nominee of the Teacher Service Commission; Major General Retired Martin Kizito Ongoi, CBS, nominee of the Defense Council; Mr. Mohammed Aden Abdi, nominee of the Senate on behalf of county governments; Dr. Gilda Odera, nominee of the Federation of Kenya Employers; Dr. Geoffrey Apollo Omondi, nominee of the Central Organization of Trade Unions, KOTU; and Mr. Leonid Ashindu, nominee of the Association of Professional Societies in East Africa, APSEA. In the fourth message, honorable members, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred by Article 250 of the Constitution and Section 116 of the National Gender and Equality Commission Act 2012, as read together with Section 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, he has nominated Honorable Rehema Dida Jaldesa and Mr. Michael Mbithuka Nzomo, PWD, for appointment as the chairperson and member of the National Gender and Equality Commission, respectively. In the fifth message, honorable members, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred by Section 13B of the Central Bank of Kenya Act Cap 491, as read together with Section 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, he nominates Mr. Gerald Nyaoma Arita to the position of Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya. Honorable members, His Excellency the President now therefore seeks the approval of the House on the nominees for appointment to the aforementioned positions. Standing Order 45 provides that upon receipt of notification of nomination for appointments, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee of the House for consideration. In this regard, honorable members, I hereby refer the message from His Excellency the President, together with the CVs, the reports of the respective selection panels, and that of the Public Service Commission, for the case of the nominee to the position of Deputy Governor of the Central Bank, Chairperson and members of the Commission on Security. And Internal Security. Chairperson and members of the Commission on Administrative Justice to the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Chairperson and members of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission to the Committee on Labor. Chairperson and member of the National Gender and Equality Commission to the Committee on Social Protection. Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, the Finance and National Planning Committee, joint consideration with the counterpart committee in the Senate. Honorable members, noting the need to expeditiously conclude the approval hearings and given the calendar of the House, I direct the committees to immediately commence the approval processes, notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings, and thereafter, upon conclusion, table their respective reports on or before 26th of November 2024 to enable the House to consider the matter within the statutory timelines. I thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, November 13, 2024, afternoon sitting. Reports of the Auditor General and Financial Statement for the year ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein respect of number 1, Affordable Housing Finance Project, IBRD, credit number 8958-KE, National Assembly. Number 2, Kenya Symbiosity Program, CEDA, number 51110060, Council of Governors. Number 3, ADB Africa Climate Summit Project, the National Treasury. Number 4, Eastern Africa Regional Transport, Trade and Development Facilitation, IDA, credit number 5638-KE, Kenya Revenue Authority. Number 5, Technical Support Program Financing Agreement number KE/FED/021/2/021/421. Number KE/FED/023/733 and number KE/FED/037/941. National Treasury. Number 6, Microfinance Sector Support Credit Project, credit number CKE/300401E and CKE/601001E, National Treasury. And number 7, National Information Platform for Food Security and Nutrition Project, credit number food/2017/393/022, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Thank you. The Chair Labor. Chair Labor Karemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 13th November 2024. Report of the Departmental Committee on Labor on its consideration of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next, Chair Education. Meli.
As member for Luanda.
Maungu is your assistant.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, the Wednesday, 13th November, 2024. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Education on its consideration of 1. The Universities Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2023. 2. The Basic Education Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2023. 3. Universities Amendment Bill number 3, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2023. 4. Universities Amendment number 5, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 79 of 2023. And 5. The Universities Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Majority Leader, is the Minister for Roads coming this afternoon? Okay, before we get there, let's go to order number 8. Yes, Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, I don't know whose mistake it is. Neither I was in the table office a few minutes ago. The responses that the minister is coming to give, we have not had the opportunity to have copies in advance so that we can read, understand, and be in a good position to ask questions and even allow whatever you call, to also ask rejoinder questions. Is it possible we could facilitate through our office, we get responses so that we can look at them before the minister takes the podium? We would request, we are requesting, Speaker.
Okay, Clerk, I think, Honorable Oundo, we can deal with that on a need basis. There are certain questions which once the minister answers, the questioner can raise a supplementary relating to the adequacy of the answer. But if you need to get some written answer, the clerk will facilitate. You can see the clerk at the table. Order, honorable members, call out order number 8.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of the mediated version of the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Sirma, take your seat. Honorable Kaluma, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113 of 32 of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, Order Ngong. Order. I repeat. I put the question at order number 8, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 1132 of the Constitution and Standing Order 153, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th November 2024, and approves the mediated version of the National Rating Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We'll go back to questions. Do we have any request for statements? Yes. Honorable Namwar, you indicated that you're dropping your request for a statement, right?
Most guided, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, Majority Leader, Honorable Namwar tells me that the statement he was requesting was adequately dealt with by the visit of His Excellency the President to his county. So he's dropped it. Thank you for saving our time and acknowledging that your issues have been addressed. Let's go to questions now. Can you bring in the minister? Namwar. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a pending statement that has not been resolved to date, Your Excellency, Your Honorable Speaker.
See the clerks at the table or the table of office so that it can be put on the order paper tomorrow.
There was a ruling that you had been able to make before regarding KWS issue with the fishermen in Sibiloi. You had resolved that we have a committee, some kind of a multi-sector committee to look at the issue, and up to date, the issue was brought in June. Up to now, when you had made a ruling, nothing has been able to be processed, Honorable Speaker.
I advise you, Honorable Namwar, to see the clerk at the table so that they can bring to the attention of the Speaker the issue that you are raising. Okay, Majority Leader, can you bring in your minister? Honorable members, the CS for Roads and Transport is in the House to respond to your questions. Clerk, I have received communication from two members, Honorable Kili Daniel Carrido, to defer his question, and Honorable Paul Musimi Zengu to defer their questions, so when we reach them, you skip them. Honorable Chirchir, welcome to the House, and honorable members, as we always do, the questioner asks his or her question. I'll allow one joyrider to each question. Question 167 of 2023, Member for Baringo Central, Joshua Kandie. Joshua Kandie is not in the House. Pardon? You cannot stand in for him unless there's a written request to the Speaker. Question deferred. Question 168 of 2023, Member for Mwingi, that one is deferred. Question 178, Member for Kinango, the Honorable Gonzi Rai. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask question number 178, 2023.
I had skipped one page. We have two questions by private notice. The first one by Wakili Mureu. We'll start with the questions by private notice. Wakili Mureu, that is question 013 of 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to seek for answer to question 13 so 2024. And I start with question number 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the current status of any negotiations for a concession agreement between the government and the Adani Group regarding the management of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport? The second question, Mr. Speaker, state the details of any consultations and public participation engagements that have been undertaken by the Ministry of Roads and Transport regarding this matter in line with Article 10 of the Constitution. Number 3, clarify whether there is full compliance with provisions of Article 10(2) of the Constitution on the principles of governance, including but not limited to upholding good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability in the discussions on the proposed transfer of management of JKA. And the fourth question, confirm that in accordance with provisions of Article 35 of the Constitution, publishing and publicization of all information relating to the proposed agreement between the government and Adani was affected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Happy to be in the House this afternoon to respond to the various questions and to be quick and specific to Wakili Mureu's Mheshimiwa's question on Adani and whether to provide the current status of any negotiations for concession agreement. Chair, I want to confirm that all engagements between the government of Kenya and Adani have been suspended by a court order issued on 9 September 2024 in HCJR E199/2024, Kenya Human Rights Commission and Law Society of Kenya, Airports, Kenya Airports Authority, and 4 others. The court issued a conservatory order prohibiting any persons from implementing or further implementing or acting on the privately initiated proposal for the development and operation of JKI by Adani Holdings Limited, pending the hearing and determination of this application by the court. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, members, there is no concession agreement that has been executed between the government of Kenya and Adani. And as I answer the following questions, I'll be seeking to get the honorable members, Speaker, to appreciate the process of concessioning a PIP. And we will just stop midway ahead of developing and signing the concession agreement. And so we are going through the court process and using that as a public participation process to ensure that we do provide all the information and ensure that all Kenyans are fully appraised on this new investment platform that will bring in foreign investment and help us to grow some of our infrastructure that we need to develop. Honorable Speaker, on the members on the second question, which is to state the details of any consultation and public participation engagements that have been undertaken. At the time when we got the halt, we had a program of stakeholder engagement, and we had already had formal engagement with the Kenya Airports Authority senior management stakeholders. on the 15th of August 2024 at JKIA head office, boardroom, which was properly scheduled. We'd had engagements with the KAA, JKIA section heads stakeholders engagement meeting, which was held on 19th August 2024, also at JKIA Courage Rooftop Conference Room. We had JKIA staff engagement meeting held on 20th August 2024 at JKIA Presidential Pavilion. We had held engagements with Kenya Aviation Workers Union, CAU stakeholders engagement meeting, which was held on 20th August 2024 at JKIA Conference Room. Kenya Civil Aviation Authority stakeholders engagement meeting, which we held on 26th August 2024 at KCAA headquarters. We also had engagements, Speaker, honorable members, with the Kenya Airways stakeholders engagement meeting held on 26th August 2024 at Kenya Airways headquarters Pride Center, Embakasi. We had engagement with JKIA concessionaires, retailers, and all business owners engagements in a meeting we held on 28th August 2024 at Eka Hotel. We had engagement with Kenya Associations of Air Operators in a meeting held on 29th August 2024 at 4 Point by Sheraton Airport, Nairobi. And finally, with engagements with JKIA airline, air operators, ground handlers, GOK agencies, cargo engagement meetings, which was held on 30th August 2024 at Amara Ole Sereni. Honorable Speaker, the public participation plan was to be developed. However, this process, like I said, has been put on hold following the conservatory orders issued by the Honorable Court in Judicial Review Case number HCJR/E199/2024, which has in turn suspended the implementation of the proposed project. And on the clarification on whether there is full compliance with the provision of Article 10(2) of the Constitution on the principles of governance, including but not limited to upholding good governance, integrity, transparency, accountability. In the discussions on the proposed transfer of management of JKIA, Honorable Speaker, there has been full compliance until we were stopped. The concessioning through a PIP is a process. It's not like the PPDA or the public procurement and disposal system. It's a whole process. And there has been, I want to confirm, compliance with Article 10(2) of the Constitution and strict adherence to the Public-Private Partnership Act and guidelines issued by the Public-Private Partnership Directorate and Committee. Good governance, Honorable Speaker, integrity, transparency, and accountability has been adhered to through the conduct of due diligence, which has revealed that, like we found out up to the time where we got the orders, that Adani has not been debarred by any country. There has not been engagement in acts of corruption that we so far found it in due diligence. Is not insolvent, is tax compliant in all jurisdictions in which it has local tax presence, is not a default on payment of social security and employment benefits, and its directors or officers have not been convicted of any criminal offense related to professional conduct within a period of 5 years preceding the submission of the proposal, and have not otherwise been disqualified pursuant to administrative suspension or debarment proceeding. Speaker, honorable members, furthermore, the privately initiated proposal has been subjected to evaluation and analysis by numerous government agencies, including the PPP Directorate, the National Treasury, and the Transaction Advisor duly qualified. Therefore, the process of considering the proposal by Adani at the point where we had reached has been rigorous and with strictly following the due process set by law. On the confirmation, Speaker, honorable members, that in accordance with the provision of Article 35 of the Constitution with respect to publishing and publication of all information relating to proposal and agreements between government and Adani, let me confirm, honorable members, Speaker, that all relevant information concerning the said project has been disclosed to almost all the stakeholders. And like I said, we continue to use the court process as a public participation process because the documents are out there. The documents were submitted to Senate when they requested us for those documents. Disclosure of information is also being undertaken within the ambit of the existing case that has been filed in court, like I've mentioned. Speaker, honorable members, that is the response on the provision of information under Article 35. On the notice, on the question to provide a comprehensive report on the statistics, sorry, I think I'm done on the Adani. Speaker, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am extremely surprised by the Cabinet Secretary assertion that Adani has no corruption case anywhere in the world, has been compliant with taxes in where they have local jurisdiction of paying taxes. Because, Mr. Speaker, and there are documents which I can be able to submit before the House, Adani has been barred from doing business in Australia. It has been barred from doing business in India, purely for the same reason we're talking about. Therefore, I think here, Mr. Speaker, the facts which have been asserted by the Cabinet Secretary are not correct, and I think they might need to get further and proper details. However, Mr. Speaker, this matter is before the court, and now maybe since we cannot be able to discuss in much in detail, but I think I just wanted to raise that issues which are not factual, which I would like the Cabinet Secretary to just confirm, and I'll submit these papers before the House. Nevertheless, I do not wish to have this matter discussed further because it is in court, and therefore, but for purposes of record, I'll be able to submit this record before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair will have to look at those papers. Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just to be able to guide the House, it's very important that when assertions are made by a member, they must actually prove it. And the only way to get correct information is to get the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to write to those countries' Ministry of Foreign Affairs and receive a confirmation that those allegations that you're making are indeed true. Because the precedent we are setting in the country is we are going to scare away public-private partnership. We are going to scare away investors from Kenya. Because if we do not have money as a country, the only other way to fund infrastructure programs in the country is through public-private partnerships. And so we cannot, as leaders, be the ones scaring away investors. So I think he should be given a timeline within which to confirm that information to the public through the official channels, not by his own rumor mongering and statements.
Pass on your documents to the clerk for the Speaker to look at. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I had wanted the Honorable Mureu to table, because he said he is tabling something. He should, as a matter of fact, table the documents but not show us WhatsApp messages. Because now what Honorable Speaker is referring are things I can see him just Googling from his phone. Honorable Speaker, you know, we cannot always treat this House as if we are...
Order, Majority Leader. Honorable Mureu, you said, as a matter of fact, that you have papers.
That he can table.
But
Yes,
I can
he should
see you
table.
walking to the clerk with your phone. So which papers do you have to table? Because even what is on your phone can be printed and be...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think electronic documents, we are at the age of information. And the only, Mr. Speaker, what I just need to do is to have it printed and give it to the clerk.
That is exactly
However, Mr.
what
Speaker,
I have said.
yes, I have it over here. They have the report, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important also, as we talk about the benefits of PPP, transparency is most important. This issue...
Order, Honorable Mureo, you are now making a speech. I just told you, if you have documents, as you said you do have, if you have them electronically, go to the table office, print them, and table them for any member to look at. Yes, and it will not be at your cost at all. It's at the cost of Parliament. Yes. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, beg that we either redact from the Hansard, because, Honorable Speaker, what the Honorable Mureu had said that he has documents that he can table, because clearly he had no documents to table. Honorable Speaker, I was just telling Honorable Mureu here, no, it's different when you are discussing matters at Kirwara Market from the House. The House, you have to come and debate with facts, not the way we debate in our marketplaces. And Honorable Speaker, because what we tend to do many a times are to make political statements for the gallery. Because we know we are on national TV, we want to be quoted in the evening news that you have evidence, but you have not tabled any evidence, and therefore must be on the Hansard and in the records of this House that the Honorable Mureu has tabled no evidence of either Adani being debarred from doing business in Australia and all the other countries he named. But Honorable Speaker, back to my question to the Cabinet Secretary, and I had wished that's what Honorable Mureu would dwell on, because the questions in the minds of Kenyans is that Adani Group was said to have initiated a privately initiated PPP proposal. We would want to know, and Kenyans would want to know, are there other investors from any other part of the world that may have had other proposals that the Kenya Airports Authority was considering together with that of Adani? Because the questions Kenyans have been asking is whether there has been transparency, whether there has been openness in the manner in which the Kenya Airports Authority and the concerned ministry has dealt with this question of Adani. And I had hoped that the Honorable Mureu would take the Cabinet Secretary to task to explain to Kenyans what measures they took to inform Kenyans whether there have been other prior proposals from other countries, from other airline management companies, from any other part of the world.
Ask your question.
Honorable Speaker, therefore, I would want to hear whether the Cabinet Secretary can tell us, have there been other proposals that were being considered together with this one for Adani? Because what we have heard in the media is what probably you hear many people quote. But we would want to hear from you, are there other proposals that you have considered? And this Adani one that you tell us now is in court. How far had it gone in terms of your engagements with Adani? Had it moved to the point where you are now discussing a concession, or are you just considering the PIP proposal from Adani? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, let me direct my question to the Cabinet Secretary. We passed here the Framework Act, the Principal Act, and it has got very clear stages and steps to be taken before you implement a PP. Probably the Minister could be gracious enough to tell us whether the entire steps that were proposed in contemplating the Act were ever followed to the letter, to a point they even go to the point of almost signing the agreement, and whether the law was followed as provided for in the law and the regulations. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Speaker, thank you. Honorable Ichungwa's question is regarding whether we had another privately initiated proposal in respect to JKIA. Honorable Speaker, we do not have any other privately initiated proposal in respect to concessioning of JKIA. Honorable members, to run through a PIP, you will need to have done a feasibility study, and it is a serious submission. It is not a piece of letter. So when you submit a privately initiated proposal, it is a very well done piece of work, having looked at the whole scope of the proposal and what needs to be done. So with respect to that, honorable members, we do not have any other privately initiated proposal by any concessionaire in respect to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport concessioning, or even under PPP, we don't. With respect to Oundo's question, Mheshimiwa Oundo, the PPP, like I said, is not, the process is articulated from the time when you submit. It goes through the due process in line with the PPP Act, which includes PPP approval by the PPP committee, project development phase and feasibility study, the evaluation process of the feasibility study report, the PPP committee approval of the feasibility study, the procurement of a technical assistant, and PPP committee consideration and approval of the negotiated outcome. And at the time when we got the court, when it went to court, we were at the time drafting and negotiating a concession agreement, looking at some of the technical issues like the return on equity, the debt equity ratio, the value for money, and so on and so forth. So that is where we were. But like I said, we had also gone through the due process and we were about to finalize the public engagement. So, honorable members, that is when we got the orders, and like I did indicate, we are using this time to ensure that we communicate and we do provide information to Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Basil.
Thank you, Speaker. My supplementary is actually tied to what Oundo asked. Can the CS tell us whether JKI was operating at a loss for it to be considered for privatization?
CS.
Thank you, honorable members. With respect to JKI, JKI in its audited accounts makes a profit of 4 billion annually. 4 billion annually. As we are aware of the state of JKI, the fact that we need a new airport, we have really overutilized in terms of the traffic and the population of persons we receive at JKI, and the investment at JKI is in the tune of 200 billion. So when you're talking about an investment, Speaker, honorable members, of 200 billion, and your bottom line is 4 billion, and the fiscal headroom for an asset which is 100% owned by government requires that kind of investment, the only route to go is the PPP route, where we bring in foreign investment through PPP. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mwenje. I want to move to the next question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine is a quick one. In light of this transaction with Adani, perhaps the Cabinet Secretary can just explain to us what happened with the deal that existed with Kenya Airways and JKIA, which we got the feeling that it was dying, but we've never gotten a comprehensive report on what happened with that specific transaction. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Let me just very quickly, Speaker, honorable members, that remind the House that that bill was withdrawn by this House. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next question. Honorable Mureu, these papers have got no authentication. There is no indication where they're coming from. And for now, I'll disallow them. If you find a way to have them authenticated, as to their source, their content, their veracity, and their accuracy, then we'll deal with it. Next question, Mark Mwenje. Yes, Honorable Kaluma.
Point of order, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Muriu has made a very serious claim against an investor seeking opportunity to invest in the country in our constrained economy. And Honorable Speaker, is not a light matter. Under Standing Order number 91, if you cannot duly substantiate the claims you make, then that claim, number one, must be expunged from the records. But number two, Honorable Speaker, the maker of that unsubstantiated statement must withdraw and apologize. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying this because I have information that while Honorable Muriu Mungai is saying this Adani company cannot engage in any investment in this country, as we speak, this company is engaged in very big infrastructural projects, including in New South Wales, Australia. Mega projects, mega and bigger than this one here. Honorable Speaker, we cannot have a situation where we as leaders of a country operating in this difficult economic environment come, throwing rumors there about entities which should be investing in our country. And that is the platform of public-private partnerships. The idea that we don't have our own money to do everything in terms of development we want to do. And so we invite people who can invest and benefit the public as we go along. Honorable Speaker, even if it were to be said that this company had a problem in some country, as leaders, it can only alert us to secure our deal and to secure our national interest better, not to exclude. So this rumor mongering, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to request you that having been confirmed, and it is very unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, that Honorable Muriu, who is a prominent lawyer, senior lawyer, can come before this August House with newspaper cuttings whose motive you never know. From Wamunyoro, I don't know which newspaper. I don't know what Wamunyoro is. Yeah. So Honorable Speaker, could it be expunged from record because it has a company which we would rather deal with?
The documents as they are, and from advice from the table clerk, they are inadmissible. We go to the next question, and Murea, I've told you what to do if you want to be believed. Mark Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before I ask my question, Honorable Speaker.
I'll move to the next question. On the same issue? Okay. Honorable TJ Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, you know...
Can you mute Mwenje? Yes.
You know the member for Homa Bay is my law partner, and I always don't disagree with him on very serious issues. But as a ranking member, as I am, and I heard that from the Deputy Speaker, is it in order that members of this House should talk down other members on issues which are substantial, which are being spoken both outside and inside, to refer that members are rumor mongering? Whether it is a newspaper, no newspapers are allowed if in Speaker's wisdom, Speaker may allow certain information, including newspaper reports. That is what I know about. I'm just wondering, for the decency of debate in this House and for the respect that members have on each other, a gentleman such as a member for Wakili, as he is, should a whole presiding officers face him and tell him that he is rumor mongering when actually he is stating issues which are both passionate in this House and outside? That is the context of my
Thank you, TJ. I've already given direction on the matter, and Wakili Mureo, being a senior lawyer, knows what to do with his documents. Mark Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the 14th question by private notice of this year. Could the Cabinet Secretary, 1, provide a comprehensive report on the amount disbursed to KERA for the financial year 2023-2024 as at September 2024 for Nairobi County and the measures being taken to address the audited delay? Second question, give reasons for the delay in full disbursements of the road maintenance levy funding during the financial year 2023-2024 for Nairobi City County to the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA. Honorable Speaker, as the CS rises to ask, we had requested last time to expand this question, not just to apply to Nairobi City County, but to the entire country as well, with your indulgence. Thank
Minister.
Honorable Speaker, allow me not to repeat the question, but to respond that Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, received a total of 42,101,040 Kenya shillings per constituency, countrywide, under the 22% RMLF. That is the Road Maintenance Levy Fund, financing for the financial year 2023-24, including constituencies in Nairobi County, which of course totaled to 17. And when you compute what was received and dispersed to Nairobi, it totals to 715,717,680 Kenya shillings for that 22% RMLF. The amount, Speaker, honorable members, however, falls short of the initial budgeted amount of 44,522,070 shillings per constituency, as earlier guided by Kenya Roads Board, ceiling for the financial year 23-24. The variance arose due to actual RMLF collection falling short of the projected amounts by a margin of 5.4% per constituency, which totaled to 2,421,030 Kenya shillings. And of course, the shortfall, honorable members, Speaker, is due to the amount of petroleum products that was consumed in the country. Speaker, honorable members, I have shown a table that details the disbursement received in the reporting year 23-24 and how we tranche that money and the shortfall that I've talked about. Similarly, under the 10% RMLF funding, the authority received 17,107,109 Kenya shillings per constituency against a budgeted amount of 20,237,304, which was based on KRB ceiling provided for the year. The total amount received for the financial year under the 10% RMLF was therefore 290,820,853 against the expected funding of 344,034,168, representing a variance of 15.5%, honorable members. With respect to the table that basically articulates that 10% RMLF funding, I've shown that in that table where we basically showing the 10% RMLF that was released at 17,107,109 for each constituency as shown in the table. With respect to the second question, the Kenya Roads Board collects the road maintenance levy on a continuous basis and disperses to the recipient agencies through the ministry. The disbursement for the various agencies were done in a timely manner, and I wish to clarify that KERA, or Kenya Rural Roads Agency, dispersed funds on to the regional office based on what was received or what is received. The funds for Nairobi City County, honorable members, and all other constituencies were therefore remitted and will continue to be remitted promptly. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, honorable members.
Mark Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his response. Honorable Speaker, my follow-up is basically that these amounts for KERA have consistently been reducing. The fact that our committees went to the ground and budgeted even for these savings that were going to occur. Honorable Speaker, then how can the Cabinet Secretary guarantee that this will not repeat itself in the subsequent financial years, especially considering that the reduction that occurred and the notice that came out gravely affected projects that were going, contracts who had already committed to certain projects, and that means they are incomplete works that will remain as a result of the reduction of funds caused by the revised ceilings. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Lodge. Member from Adani. Give Anton Lodge the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me make this follow-up question to the CS. What is the legal mechanism by which a ceiling which has already been committed to constituencies, work plans already done, and already some activities and advertisements being undertaken? How can the roads levy fund, based on alleged reduced earnings, then be able to ask constituencies that they will not be able to undertake these processes? I have a case in my constituency where, based on the savings that are now unremitted, we did a road up to 80% of it and is now at a standstill. Is there a legal mechanism by which you can be able to fall back and say that these were your ceilings, but we have now not collected enough? I think the minister should be able to come clean to avoid putting constituencies in roads that are being done to a certain extent and now will be left undone as white elephants. Thank you.
Dr. Mutunga. Minister will take.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my supplementary question is around the same money committed to pay for contracts that had already been issued. Honorable Speaker, I have a case in my constituency where a road was estimated to be done at around 4 million, and only 3 million was available. Then I go back to the apportionment of the money and the decisions made when the reductions were done. Did the ministry not take into account that committed money is already incurring a debt and therefore make provisions for this even as the reductions were to go on? Was that taken into account, Honorable Speaker?
Thank you. Owundo.
Speaker, I think this issue of the 22% and 10% is now becoming a thorn in the flesh. Honorable Speaker, once the works are complete, assuming the entire disbursement was made, once the works are complete, there is what we call savings. Honorable Speaker, and I want to ask the CS to clarify, up to now, the so-called savings have not been remitted to the regional offices to enable us undertake and enable the CRC, that's the Constitutional Roads Committee, to undertake the other remaining works on the various roads. When is the savings going to be remitted to the regional offices to enable them complete the ongoing roads?
Yes, Nyenze. Let's take one more from Edith, then you answer. We got the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mine is a question, a supplementary question on KERA roads again. There was an advertisement which was done on the 22 and also 10% roads, I think about 2 weeks ago. Then after that, it was withdrawn. They say they have suspended that advertisement. And the advertisement which had gone out actually did not have the names of the constituencies. They did not even give us, as the members of parliament, the amount allocated. And in some instances, you are having a road which is touching on 2 constituencies. So you can't tell this belongs to my constituency or to the neighboring constituency. So my question is, why was this ANFAT suspended? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The supplementary question with respect to basically the works that had been advertised and on account of projected revenues, which was not met because of the shortfall on the 22% RMLF collection, which comes through the fuel collection. Honorable members, I was with the Committee on Roads and Transport last week, and this question was alive. And what we have done is to compute the savings on the actual contracts achieved vis-a-vis the budget that was allocated to every road. And my team, honorable members, which is here with me, are computing the savings to be able to address the shortfall and therefore mitigate the challenge that the members face over projects that had been advertised, committed, and works done. And as of yesterday, I think KERA did pass through the board the amounts due to the shortfall and will be dispersed shortly. I think that will address the question of the shortfall with respect to the challenge that arises when budgeting is not properly done. We'll need to really look at estimates on what we think we should be able to collect on RMLF due to the volume of petroleum that the country will consume and ensure that we do not run into this challenge. But as regarding the shortfall or whether the RMLF is reducing, I think in the subsequent questions we'll see the RMLF growing from 2019-2020 and progressively all the way to almost 100% growth by the year 2022-23. So the challenge of overestimating the revenues, going out to tender for roads on estimates that may not be achieved, we'll work very closely to ensure with EPRA and the people who give us the estimates for the petroleum products that will be consumed so that we do not get into that situation. But like I've said, as of yesterday, the board of KERA met and approved the shortfall based on the savings and will be able to mitigate that challenge. With respect to Edith Nyense's concern of the suspended advertisements which had gone out, I think we are going to re-advertise by next week. That's what I'm advised. And therefore, we'll be able to address that challenge. Let me, in the course of this sitting, I'll get more details. And if that is not satisfactory, I'll be able to address that. Thank you.
Kandia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 167 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the criteria used by Kenya Road Sport to determine the amount of funds to allocate to each constituency? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a detailed analysis of monies that Kenya Road Sport has dispersed to all the 290 constituencies from the year 2019 to 2023? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a comprehensive list of roads each of the 47 counties that Kenya Road Sport has allocated monies to in the recent past? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
CS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question, Honorable Joshua Kandia. Honorable members, Section 6 of the Kenya Roads Board Act number 7 of 1999 lays out how the Roads Maintenance Levy Fund, RMLF, is allocated to the road agencies, more specifically Section 6, 2D1 and 2 of the KRB Act, that's the Kenya Roads Board Act, stipulates the following allocation to constituencies: 22%, honorable members, which shall be deposited into a special bank account to be called Constituency Road Fund Account, to be maintained by every constituency of the allocated funds, and is allocated equally to all constituencies in the country and to be administered by the Rural Roads Authority. Another 10% of the allocated funds is set and allocated for the maintenance of development of link roads between constituencies, like was mentioned by Honorable Edith Nyensa, and to serve as government counterpart funds in funding works on rural roads to be administered by, again, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, and that the said percentage or percentum shall be equally distributed to all the constituencies, like the 22%, where Kenya Rural Roads Authority has the mandate. Honorable members, each constituency received RMLF funds in the last 4 financial years, as shown in that table. I hope, honorable members, with respect to 22%, for the year 2019-2020, it was every constituency received 21,564,277. The following year, 2020-21, each constituency received the 22% portion at 22,642,491. And in the year 21-22, each constituency received 25,319,331. And in 2022-23, each constituency under the 22% received 42,598,809. And similarly, I have tabulated the receipt amount under the 10% critical link roads for the 4 financial years. And the totals, like I said, have moved progressively in 2019-2020 from 31,366,221 to 61 million in 2022-23 to 61,961,904, which is some good progression. Honorable members, Section 19(4) of KRB Act mandates the board to consolidate the annual roads works program submitted to it by roads agencies into annual public roads program. You will normally see the APRP for approval by the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Finance. The roads funded in each constituency are detailed in the approved APRP for KERA for the previous 4 financial years, which I've attached, and Speaker, allow me to table the annual roads works program as requested. This is the annual roads program, both from the year 2021-22, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, 21-22, and 22-23, with all the annual work programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, honorable members, before we go to the next, Honorable Elisha, order. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery 2 very distinguished ladies from the East African region, the Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, the Honorable Anita Among, otherwise known as Triple A, and the Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Julia Acton, who is also the President of the IPU. 2 speakers and speakers from other East African community states, Rwanda, Burundi, Republic of South Sudan, Somalia, and DRC are in Kenya attending a meeting of the Bureau of the Speakers of the East African Community, chaired by yours truly. And we have had a wonderful meeting this morning. Among other things is the expansion and integration of the people of the East African region in truly fostering free movement of people, goods, and services, moving towards monetary union and broadening the integration of our region. On your behalf and on my behalf, I welcome the 2 speakers to the gallery of our parliament. Yes, Millie Odhiambo, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the delegation of the IPU in Kenya, I just wish to congratulate our president. And Kenya played a very significant role in ensuring that she was elected. And also on behalf of the women of this parliament, we are very proud when we see women speakers. And we are looking forward to the next speaker, we don't want to remove you, but the next woman speaker sitting there. So we are very happy to have them, and welcome to Kenya. Thank you. Both of them are known to me, and I'm very happy to see them both.
They are women, all right, but they are speakers out of their competence, beyond the agenda. KJ?
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And because you have already welcomed the very esteemed speakers, I would want to only put in one word, Mr. Speaker. One is to congratulate the ladies for being able to ascend not only to the apex of their parliaments, but also for great leadership in the continent, identifying that the Honorable Tulia Ackson is our IPU president, and Kenya played a very big role in ensuring that she secured the seat. Myself and the Honorable Millie Odhiambo were her chief campaigners, ensuring that she secures that seat. And through you, Mr. Speaker, we would just like to request that when you're having the deliberations, maybe you might want to whisper to your counterparts that we have a candidate for the African Union Commission. Maybe they might just get the message home that we are looking for that seat, and they might want to support us. Just kurudisha mkono, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you truly for this opportunity. Asante sana.
For your information, in our bureau meeting, we acknowledge that we have a candidate for the African Union Commission, and we agreed that he is indeed a candidate from the East African region and shall enjoy the support of the East African region. Thank you. We'll go back to our questions.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am satisfied. However, I would allow.
If you are satisfied, there is no however. Let's go to the next question. The Honorable Gonzirai.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 178/2023 and says, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why Kenya National Highway Authority, KENHA, issued demolition notices against the Mackinnon Road Trading Center buildings approved by the Kwale County government in 2020 and constructed away from the Mombasa-Nairobi Highway into brackets A109 Road Reserve as clearly depicted on the approved map of the highway. 2, explain why owners of the buildings purportedly earmarked for demolition by KENHA were not involved prior to the issuance of the demolition notices, and clarify whether they shall be compensated before such demolition if the ministry plans to expand the highway. 3, provide copies of updated maps, if any, illustrating the changes done to the road reserve dimensions of the Mombasa-Nairobi Highway into brackets A109. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
CS.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Konzirai. On this particular one, Honorable Speaker, Honorable members, the notices were issued because the buildings were within the road reserves as marked through the road reserve boundary posts that were installed in the year 2018. I have got prepared an annexure, an appendix 2, which, like the Honorable Member Konzirai did request, which will show that we did indeed mark the road reserve area, and we have a document that I will table to basically confirm that. The markings were installed under the project for rehabilitation of Bajuma Gate, Majia Chumvi Road, which was completed on 28 February 2018. The notices, Honorable Member Speaker, of encroachment were issued to 58 entities at the Makinon Trading Center on 2nd February 2023. And there are no current plans to expand the highway. However, the road reserves have been marked using concrete boundary posts since 2018, and the owners have been aware of the boundary. The ministry does not compensate honorable members for demolition of structures that are encroaching on the road reserve. Since issuance of the notices, some entities have removed their structures while others continue to encroach. And in my appendix 2 also, I have shown one entity that, after engaging an advocate to contest the notice in writing, later to Kenya for that matter, later demolished the encroaching building and put up a new building that observes the road reserve boundaries. That is also in a document that I will, wish to table to show those details as requested by Honorable Konzirai. On the third item, a planned and profile drawing for the project for rehabilitation of Bajuma Gate Majia Chumvi Road, indicating that at the time of design, a section of the building were identified to be within the road reserve has been provided for ease of reference. I thank you. Allow me to table the annexure or appendix to basically assist us to appreciate.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Konzirai.
Mr. Speaker, what the minister is actually telling us could have some truth, but the question I'm asking is about Macnan Road, because the allegations about the houses which people actually removed the structures was in Taru. This road we are talking about is 57 kilometers. And I'm talking about Taru, Macnan Road Trading Center, where sometimes last year, I took the former Minister for Roads and Transport to that particular area. And he considered that there were no any consultation done actually with the owners. Because what the dispute is about the boundary. Because Kwale County in 2020 actually gave consent for the structures to be put. They are saying they did put their signs on 2018. And on 2020, Kwale County issued consent for the approval of the construction. So we are actually having a dispute in this matter. That's why we went to court. And one of the issues that they were supposed to give us was the historical information about that particular area, which has not been done up to now. So unless the minister confirms that he will become...
Ask him a question.
When can the minister actually confirm, or can he give an undertaking of coming to Macnan Road to confirm actually what is on the ground versus actually what is being said on paper in this particular house?
Tungule, take one more. Chirchir,
okay, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I'm asking a question on behalf of the people of Ganze, and it is with regard to the tarmacking of the road from Bamba to Ganze to Kilifi. This is a road that was launched in 2021 and it was a contract for 3 years. And the contract elapsed in November this year. But the problem is the contractor only did 5.6 kilometers of the 56 kilometers that he was required to do. And the project has stalled for the last almost 1.5 years for now. So my question to the CS is, when is the contractor going back to the ground to restart the construction, having in mind that now the contract period for 3 years is now elapsed and there's no activity that is happening on the ground as of now? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tuitum, this is a very narrow question about Mackinnon Road. Do you want to just hold on, Minister? Tuitum?
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not about Mackinnon Road, but I wanted to put a question concerning Kaelo Kamukunji Motuate Road. On 22nd April 2023, the President visited the area. There is a road that is installed since 2017. The President commissioned and gave an undertaking that the road should be completed in December 2023. Up to now, there is no contractor on site. And these are the things that are making this government to be unpopular. Mr. Minister, what are you doing to make sure that that road is completed? It's almost 2 years now after the President commissioned and gave an indication that through the ministry, that road should be completed. Why don't we have a contract on the road? And when is that road going to be completed?
Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. With respect to Mackinnon, let me confirm, Mheshimiwa, I can come to the ground. I'll be in Mombasa next week. If you'll be on the ground, we can visit Mackinnon and confirm. We'll work more closely with the county government to make sure that we do not issue conflicting information. So Mackinnon, I'll outside the chamber, liaise with you on when we can meet on the ground within the market. With respect to the road, the 2 roads in Kanze and was that Ahero? Correct. Honorable members, we've had a challenge for ongoing projects and starting new projects. And without being general, honorable members, allow me to reiterate what I did say during my confirmation hearing before this House, that the pending bills that sits today at about 175 billion is a priority we are working on to ensure that we do settle to this House for supporting us to raise the 7 shillings under the road main RMLF, which we are quite advanced in the process of securitization, and that will allow us to get all contractors back to work. I do know that in the many questions that will follow, the concern on contractors vacating works and abandoning sites is something of concern. And therefore, even as we work on the pending bills and getting back the contractors back to work in a very short while, I want to confirm that we also have to be very vigilant on how we bring in new projects. Because it's one thing to start a project and 10 years down the line, we are unable to pay for bills. Honorable members, we will work together more closely in really ensuring that the budgets, appropriation, and the printed estimates that you do give us do address some of those directives that are given by leadership, so that together we can ensure that we develop this country, and more importantly, equitably. So let me confirm, honorable members, particularly with respect to those roads, that we can look at, let me look at the current, because there were supplementary questions, let me look at the printed estimate and see the provisioning of, on the printed estimate, how they have been covered, But even if they have not been covered, I would like to sit down with the two honorable members and look at those two particular roads. In light of the fact that there were directives from leadership, we should be able to see and find a way on how to accommodate. Thank you.
Question 013 of 2024, Ojambo Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me, I beg to ask the following question to the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport. Could the Cabinet Secretary, number one, provide the status of the Matayos Ganjela Nahasiko Nangina Road that was tendered under 10,000 kilometers low-volume sealed roads and was reported to be under procurement, adjudication, professional opinion as at the commencement of the financial year 2017-2018. Number two, provide an update on the proposed Lake Victoria Ring Road project, and particularly the implementation of the Gazette Notice number 2056 of 25th February 2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Waziri.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, honorable members again. The question from Honorable Dr. Oundo with respect to this road in Funyula, Matayos. Let me state as follows, honorable members, that the Matayos, Kanjala, Nakashiko, Nangina Road was among the roads tendered in the financial year 2017-2018 under the low-volume seal roads program. However, the road failed to attract bidders at that time, and the ministry through KERA was consequently unable to proceed with the proposed works. The road failed to receive budgetary allocation subsequently in the subsequent years to date. However, routine maintenance on the road to ensure it remain motorable is undertaken. The government is currently prioritizing completion of ongoing and incomplete projects, like I said in my previous statement, and settling of the significant pending bills to contractors from certified road works countrywide. And as a result, honorable members, the ministry shall prioritize the construction of this important road once the foregoing is achieved and funding is made available for its construction, following which the road shall be tendered afresh. But let me also just request the member that we can sit down. It doesn't look fair that a road had been tendered and subsequently not funded, and we can see how to prioritize that road. Honorable members, a list of projects affected person was submitted to the National Land Commission. The gazettement of notice of intention to acquire private land affected by the project on behalf of Kenya was completed through Gazette Notice number 2054 of 25th February 2022. However, issuance of notices of intention to acquire to persons affected by project or PUPs and inspections of the properties for valuation purpose has not been carried out. The ministry through Kenya is committed to executing the exercise as soon as funds are available. And again, let me undertake to follow up and ensure that this is done soonest. Thank you.
I think it's as clear as that. Do you have a supplementary?
Speaker, it is heartening for the minister to acknowledge that people of Matayos and Funyula constituency have been unfairly treated, unfairly and discriminated against by the subsequent regimes. And so it's encouraging to say that you look at it, and I hope when I saunter and go to his office, he will not lock me out and let me wait for 3 hours, yet I'm supposed to come and give quorum in this house. But Honorable Speaker, also I just want to draw his attention that at one time on 9th March 2021, the then Cabinet Secretary, Honorable James Masharia, clearly indicated the project will be prioritized in the financial year 2021-2022. It's again very unfortunate that again the goalpost has changed. Now the funds are not available, But I'm encouraged by the statement, and I will walk into his office now that truly, as Speaker, you are my witness. If the doors are not open, I'll come and stand on top of your desk to ensure that he opens for me his doors. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next, those are just kind comments. Minister, you don't have to respond. Question 069 of 2024, member for Westlands.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to ask the Cabinet Secretary the following questions. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of the approved design of Wayakwe, including the road profiles, all road signages, road lightings, service lanes, and pedestrian walkways and crossings, and clarify whether the ongoing construction works on the named road are being carried out in accordance with the approved designs. Question number 2, to state timelines for completion of the Kangemi and Ntumboini overpasses and restoration of access roads destroyed during the constructions. Question number 3, to explain why there are no footbridges, pedestrian walkways, and road markings on the said road, and further explain why the provided pedestrian crossings are kilometers apart from each other, thereby escalating road accidents on the said road and disadvantaging school-going children, the elderly persons, persons with disabilities, and emergency response teams. Question number 4, to explain why the ministry approved the construction of Westlands Roundabout footbridge without incorporating a ramp for persons with disabilities, and state whether there are any plans to have one installed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi. On this particular question, allow me again, Honorable members, Speaker, to go straight to the answer to the question. And let me state that, Honorable Speaker, the design details for James Kishuru Rironi A8 Rehabilitation and Capacity Enhancement Project, Wayakwe, are, as indicated in my response, design details for James Kishuru Rironi Road, which is tabulated main road, kilometer 3 lanes, 25.346 kilometers roadworks program, and we have executed that works, and there is no outstanding works on that particular section. On the second area, which is the lanes on both sides, right and left-hand side, the 38 kilometers program, we have only executed and worked on 6.384 kilometers, and there is outstanding 31.616 kilometers. That is works outstanding at about 83%, still quite significant. On the collector road, or the feeder road, which is 21.2 kilometer, we have finished works on 11.28 kilometers, and we have 9.92 kilometers to go, some 46% of works outstanding. On the interchange, slip roads and ramps, where the number of kilometers is 20.86 kilometers, we have basically scratched the ground only with 0.2 kilometers, and we have 20 kilometers to go, 99% outstanding. On Gitaru Falls Clover interchange, which is 5.5 5.594 kilometers. Honorable members, we have done 1.953 kilometers, and there is 3.637 kilometers to go, which is 65%. On the NMT footpath, this is the non-motorized traffic lane or the walkways to ensure that we are pedestrian friendly, which is 50 kilometers, 50.69 kilometers. We have not started. On access to government facilities, Nairobi School and Kefri, we have also not started. We have some 4.3 kilometers to go to do in that section. As regarding the structures, which include the bridges, the vernacular underpass, pedestrian underpass, pedestrian footbridges, retainer wall, and all the other structures, let me say as follows. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and maybe we should invite Tim Wanyonyi to join us on Friday, because in a meeting that was chaired by leadership yesterday on working on the airport road or Wayaki Way all the way to the airport, will be meeting on Friday with Nairobi County government on the beautification, and particularly how to work even as we work on these structures to decongest the Westlands roundabout and ensure that we do this work very quickly in agreement with the designs and the works that are also being done on the sites, restoring the bus stage, because that place is very congested, and we'll be meeting in my office with the Nairobi County government on Friday at 10 o'clock. So there's a lot of work we are doing on the Westlands space to ensure that we do open up and beautify that area, because it's currently very congested. Works are also being carried out in accordance with the proposed design, save for instances where works have not been fitted to site conditions. On the second question, the contractor is currently working at Gitaru interchange as per the developed schedule of priority of works based on availability of funds. The contractor is, however, not working at full capacity due to delayed payments amounting to 3.3 billion. And once payments are made, and like I've indicated, this is a priority assignment we are undertaking to make sure that all contractors go back to work. Let me confirm that within that 2 months I've indicated, we'll ensure that the works in that Gitaru interchange is completed. As a matter of fact, after swearing in as the Minister for Roads and Transport, I did receive my handover credentials from Minister Murkomen at that Gitaru interchange. So I will ensure, Honorable Wanyonyi, that I push and ensure that we finish that interchange. The project is generally an access control highway with interchanges for vernacular crossing and turning at interchanges located situated at 2 to 3 kilometers. Similarly, as designs, there are pedestrian crossing facilities throughout the project at an interval of 500 meters. Honorable members, the design has provided for 23 in number footbridges, 6 in number pedestrian underpasses along the project road. 6 pedestrian underpasses are substantially complete as we speak and in use. 1 footbridge is currently completed and in use. The remaining 22 footbridges will be completed once the contractor resumes works, and like I said, we are working around the clock to make sure that we do make the funding available. The pedestrian footbridge in Westlands was constructed as a replacement to the footbridge previously installed at the St. Mark's Church slightly up the road that had been demolished to accommodate the viaduct for the expressway under the PPP project. On the fourth item, the pedestrian footbridges in Westlands was constructed as a replacement to the footbridge previously installed, like I said, at St. Mark's, that was demolished for that viaduct. The Westlands footbridge design could not accommodate ramp for persons living with disabilities due to the lateral constraint caused by limitation of space to the extent of the road reserve, which would have required the government to acquire additional land for construction of the footbridge ramps as additional land for use as way leaves for the relocation for relocated water and power utilities. However, honorable members, the authority is cognizant of the need for inclusivity and access for PWDs and is pursuing a possibility of constructing an underpass at Westlands that will cater for the needs of all users and ensure that our PWDs are also fully accommodated. Kenya is in the process of procuring a consultant for the feasibility studies, preliminary and detailed to Kisan Busia A2 Road. Proposals are scheduled to open on 15th November 2024. Thank you.
Member for
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the Minister providing the answer, although I could hardly hear him from where I sit. Mr. Speaker, behind here there is a lot of echo, and the microphone that Waziri is using is not audible. So I could hardly hear what he was saying. I heard him mention about inviting me to a meeting, but I don't know which one. Maybe if he could repeat that. And then I also want to ask about the Kangemi Bridge. I asked this question to the President yesterday, and he said they are undertaking to complete that bridge. This bridge is an ISO and is costing a lot of, it has disconnected Kangemi from Loresho. And this is a very important, this is a very critical road. So I would like to know if the Minister has any plans, the government has any plans to complete this bridge. And lastly, on the ongoing dwelling of the Limuru Road, just around Aga Khan Hospital and Aga Khan Primary School, there was a footbridge for the people crossing from one end to the other, especially school children at around that age, that place. And that bridge was removed. The road is almost complete, but there's no signs of putting back that bridge. Could the Minister state if there are plans to reinstate that bridge for the safety of the school children and the people crossing that road around that area on Limuru Road? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Let's take KJ. Hold, Minister. KJ.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, and I also want to thank Waziri Chirchir for the attempt to address these issues. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has talked about the situation in Westlands. He has also given an assurance to the Leader of Majority that the work at Getaro Bridge shall be completed within 2 months. Sandwiched between these two constituencies is a constituency called Dagoretti South Constituency. And we have a very precarious situation at Odero 87, the bridge that is crossing over Waiyaki Way, which is now a dangerous spot for motorable traffic, for borders and people on foot. In fact, the accidents that have been happening there are so gory. I hope they have been reported to the ministry. And the question, Mr. Speaker, is the ministry in the interim having any plans for any mitigation works as we await the mega works to one, make the bridge motorable so that it can depopulate the traffic coming all the way from Karen and the traffic that is coming from Gong Road? And secondly, when do we expect to see the proper completion of this bridge at Odero 87? The second question, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the works on Naivasha Road, which are also connecting to this work. The works that are the interchange at Agoreti Corner and the dualing of Naivasha Road. What plans does the ministry have on these very critical projects that would help decongest Ngong Road and connect all the traffic that does not have to go into the city to be able to offload onto Naivasha Road and connect onto the Waiyaki Highway? Mr. Speaker, I truly thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to ride on just, in addition to what the Honorable Member for Westlands has said. Honorable Speaker, there is a road, Outer Ring Road, which has now become one of the most dangerous roads for pedestrians who are crossing. And also there's Kangundo Road, the Honorable Speaker, that is undergoing expansion. And you have Mama Lucy Hospital that is on one side, but you have people and children crossing from the other side. So, Honorable Speaker, my question is, what measures would the ministry be willing to undertake to mitigate before they do the footbridges, especially on Kangundo Road? And if they would consider using PBC contracts and put traffic marshals who can help get these sick people who are crossing into Mama Lucy, get some of the children who are crossing to the other side. And for Outer Ring Road, Honorable Speaker, while the footbridges are there, the lighting is the issue. So you have vandals who actually come and intentionally vandalize those lights. But we've tried to engage Kura and the ministry to tell them we have to come up with innovative ways of lighting these bridges and also still using PBC to put some security on those footbridges so that people can stop crossing on the road at night and end up getting hit. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Can you answer those?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Wanyonyi, I did indicate that Westlands around...
Are you able to hear the minister now?
Thank you. I did indicate, Honorable Speaker, Honorable members, that with respect to Westlands roundabout and the congestion that we all see with the matatus and the kind of challenge with the road works which is uncompleted, there's so much that we are doing. I did indicate, Honorable Chair, members, that the leadership did call us for a meeting yesterday with the county government, and we will be having a meeting on Friday to not only look at how to quickly finish the works that have been planned. And I do know that you did ask for drawings. We have very well articulated drawings on what we want to do. We need to harmonize with Nairobi County government on Friday and see how to quickly decongest that place, including the beautification and even putting grown trees that we are going to transplant to make sure that we restore Westlands as it were. So I did indicate, Chair, that if Honorable Tim Wanyonyi is available on Friday at 10 o'clock, you can come over for a cup of tea in my office and we'll transact the business of the Westlands roundabout and that particular area all the way to the Kangemi Bridge challenge, where we currently need to pay some approximately 200 million on that particular project. The China which is the contractor on this particular road corridor, has a pending bill of 3 billion, and like I did indicate, this is the priority we are working on to ensure that all contractors resume work in all our counties in Kenya. With respect to Limuru Road, Dagoretti South, KJ, Gitaru, the Udhiru 87, and the Naivasha interchange. I want to, honorable members, KJ, I'm answering your question. So, honorable members, with respect to Dagoretti South challenge, as we do that interchange, there's a lot of work that we are undertaking to open up the city. We have just almost closed the Northern Bypass facility. I want to confirm that we really need to work on opening up the whole of that area as we finish that Gitaru interchange to ensure that the Dagoretti side also do benefit. And we can spend more time with Honorable KJ to look at the specific program that we need to work on to ensure that we decongest the city with all the bypasses that we are building so that we can have movement of goods and movement of people facilitated quickly. With respect to Naivasha, Naivasha Road interchange, is that the Dagoretti corner? And the dueling of Naivasha Road, I need to, can I get a response on that? While I address the Mwenje question, Honorable Mwenje, on Outer Ring, where with the Mama Lucy Hospital, I do agree with Mheshimiwa. Let us work on lighting, and that is not a big ask to work on lighting, to work on marshalling of traffic, and to improve how people access the hospital across that wide corridor. We should be able to pay attention to that, and I'm here with my team. We will work on that, and I undertake to basically reach out to Mheshimiwa Mwenje and address that. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Maluli Njendi. Maluli Njendi, question deferred. Stephen Mogaka. Stephen Mogaka, question deferred. Dick Maungu.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. I raise question number 78 of 2024. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain reasons for the delays by the contractor in upgrading of Maseno-Kombewa Road to bitumen standards, given the deplorable and impassable condition of the 5.1 kilometer stretch from Maseno to Opasi in Luanda constituency? 2, state the measures that the ministry has put in place to ensure that construction of the said resumes as soon as possible and further state completion. Thank you.
I'm told that question relates to the same road as the question 142 by James Nyikal. I'll allow him to ask so that you answer them together. James Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask question number 142 to the Honorable Minister to state the reason for the delay in completion of construction works for upgrading to bitumen standard of Maseno-Kombewa Wangarot Road, RWC 119, since its commencement way back in 2016. And 2, Mr. Minister state when the Minister of Roads and Transport intends to commence works on the said road as it has stalled and when it is expected to be completed. Mr. Speaker, this is the same road that at one end, on honorable members, it has stalled, and then at the other end, in my constituency, it has stalled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker, for guiding that question number 78 and 142. And honorable members, let me respond to the fact that I acknowledge that the completion of this particular road, Maseno-Kombewa project or road project, has delayed beyond its construction completion date of 2021. It was supposed to be completed in May 2021 for the subcontract. These arose mainly out of the financial constraints facing the main contractor of the project, Heya Bishan Singh and Sons Limited, who commenced work in 2016 and constructed 12 kilometers of tarmac before pulling out of the project. In the interest of completing the project, the contractor requested approval to assign sections of the works to a suitable assignee. The ministry granted this request and the works were initially assigned to MS Agrimac Consortium, LLP, who commenced work on 14th February 2019. However, the signee also faced financial challenge and decided site after achieving only 2.64% physical progress in 8 months. The project was then subcontracted to MS China Railway Number 10 Engineering Group Company Limited, who commenced work on 4th of December 2019. An additional 12 kilometers has been achieved under the subcontractor, who has also slowed progress considerably, citing non-payment of certified works. The contractor currently has an outstanding payment in what we are calling pending bills on this particular road of 114,858,231. The contractor is currently installing cross culverts along the 5.1 kilometer stretch from Maseno to Opasi in Luanda constituency to ensure it remains passable ahead of the main works, which was assigned to MS China Railway Number 10 Engineering, like I mentioned. The overall physical progress of works for the entire road project is today 68%. To date, with 24 kilometers constructed to pitman standard. The ministry on the second issue has prioritized the payment of all pending bills, like I indicated earlier, including those of this particular contractor, MS China Railway Number 10 Engineering Group, to facilitate a full resumption of work at this project. Towards this end, honorable members, the ministry has paid some 54,975,670 Kenya shillings in the current financial year to the contractor, which was the allocation for the project this financial year, and has received a commitment from the contractor on the resumption of the works, as efforts are made to settle the remainder of its payment as soon as necessary. So, honorable members, again, we're working around the clock to raise funds through securitization. We will then come to this House for voting or allowing us to spend that money once we receive, and ensure that we get back all contractors back to work. Pending bills is a big issue, and like I said, and I reiterate again and again, it is our top priority, and we are working on that. In fact, I did chair a meeting at 7 o'clock this morning to look at the timelines on when we can walk, and we're beginning to see the end of the runway with respect to how we can resolve this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity once again. Indeed, what the Minister has captured, it's true that this road began in 2016. The Speaker as well captured this road has been assigned twice to contractors who vacated sites. And as you know, that a road under development or construction cannot be maintained under the normal maintenance, meaning that today that road is impassable. That road is orphaned, Mr. Speaker. I would wish the Cabinet Secretary to help us understand what remedies we are putting in place to ensure that this road is motorable. As we speak today, it is true that China, the contractor was back some 2 weeks ago to put the pipes, the culverts. But the road is impassable and cannot be accessed. Mr. Speaker, that road that we're talking about touches Luanda Constituency, goes through Seme, all the way to Rarieda. It is a very important corridor for the people of Luanda and the Western Circuit. So the Minister would really be kind, if the Minister would be kind to tell us what strategies he's put in place to ensure that this road is passable. I'm sure he has some emergency funds under the 10% CS allocation, which can cater for that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
As the honorable member said, my colleague has said, this road, 2016 up to now, has been assigned 3 times. First of all, it was a higher Bisansi, then Agrimax, and now China Railways. And Mr. Speaker, although the Honorable Minister is saying 54 million has been paid, the information I have, because I'm following this lady, the contractor actually says even with that, it's not going back on site, particularly on the final bit towards Kalandini, 5 kilometers. In fact, Haya Bisan Singh kind of stuck on the first bit, which is a honorable member side, and is actually doing those culverts. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the kind of work, last 2 months ago, I actually lost my temper. If you look at they're using some equipment that are being pulled by hand so that they can do the road. So I think, Honorable Minister, I think you need to actually take more keen. This road actually connects through Luanda Kutieno all the way to Mbita and actually all the way to Sori. So it's actually a very major road and it's stuck on this side. So can we really know, this 54 million was paid. Is this China Railways really going back to work? And is Haya Bisan Singh really able to complete the Maseno site? Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I did meet China Railway number 10 Engineering Group, and it is a company of capacity. Having met them to basically sensitize them on what we are doing to settle all the pending bills, and having paid the 54.9 million out of the 114 million outstanding, honorable members, let me undertake to ensure that this particular road, with this contractor that I said is a contractor with capacity to make the road motorable. I'll work on that. Between today and Friday, I'll have made the contractor to ensure this road is made motorable. And more importantly, because the contractors are beginning to see hope in what we are doing to pay the pending bills, ensure that they accelerate work. Because even then, the outstanding, in spite of the fact that we owe them 3 billion in total on this particular road, having paid the 54.9 million, the outstanding, about 50% of that, the same amount, we should be able to get them back to work. And I want to confirm, Dr. Nikal, that this contractor will get back to work. I'll work on that. Thank you.
Kajwang, then Makali.
Mr. Speaker, permit me to ride on this. This is the gateway to my rural home. If you come from Luanda, it is the only direct way through Uyoma in Rarieda constituency, and as you get to Beta through the ferry. So it is a very important road for which I am interested. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Cabinet Secretary, and I'm sure that he's working on it. But this concept of assignment, I think let us now deal with the issue of principle first. Because as you hear, he is saying that there is a contractor who was on that road, then there was a subcontract to which it was assigned. We have had problems with this concept of assignment.
An assignment is not a subcontract?
Well, they understand it of course it is not, but they understand it in the roads ministry as a contract, as a subcontract. It is a contract. The question, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking is that these people who benefit from assignment, who are themselves independent contractors, and the ministry approves that in transaction between the main or the principal contract to the other, that is where the problem is. Because the first person has billed that bill 1, and that bill 1 is the most it is the most substantial part of the funds which would go into that road. When this other person to whom it is assigned takes the contract, the person basically he takes the contract with the terms and conditions, but there is no money with which the whole thing can be done. So this is the issue, that this second person definitely is not able to complete the road. So, Mr. Speaker, would the minister consider to determine the contract, to terminate the contract? The first contractor, in terms of principle, the first contractor, when he fails, the Bishan saying, they should have terminated that contract and then sought for a new contract in all its terms and conditions.
So are you challenging the validity of the assignment? Or the
I
quality of the
am
assignment?
saying that the question in principle is what is a problem in finishing this road.
Okay.
Could the minister consider that instead of going this assignment principle, to terminate a contract and then re-advertise it and get new people under the terms and conditions that the ministry would approve? Thank you.
But Honorable Kajwang, if the members are interested in the road being completed quickly, is in an assignment faster than a retendering? Because a retendering will go another 1 year. An assignment is just a legal instrument, which as a good lawyer you know. But anyway, Makali, okay. Give him.
Mr. Speaker, when this debate ensued, it came to my mind that probably going further, going forward, the ministry should adopt a national policy that this assignment where a contractor leaves for the other is really the problem that is hindering the completion of roads.
We hear you. Makali?
Thank you.
Take that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to ask this supplementary question. Honorable Speaker, there is this road that links Kakamega County and Bungoma County. The Navaholo, Dorofu, Sangalo, Muskoma Road that was abandoned way back in 2017. His predecessor, I think, was in this house and assured us that they were going to advertise the road. The road was re-advertised. Can the Cabinet Secretary confirm to this house and the people of Kandui that, one, the tendering process as a result of the re-advertisement is now complete, and when do we expect the contractor on the road, so that I cease these endless visits to the Office of the Director General and the anxiety the people who stay in that particular place are having, because that road has remained like that from 2017 and is totally not motorable at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. Let me take the concern on assignment of the road, which is basically the assignee, let me state, takes the full responsibility, including providing performance guarantee for the works that has been assigned. And why do we assign, honorable members? If we were to go through a tendering process, of course, we take time, but secondly, and more importantly, you want to maintain the old rates. You know that if a road was awarded in 2017, if you assign, we assign with the same terms. If we retender in 2024, it will come with the attendant cost of today. So there is merit in assigning where there is a contractor willing to be assigned. And like I said, with a company like China Railway Number 10 Engineering, they do have capacity. I did indicate that I had a meeting with them last week. I'm going to call them again. The outstanding amount of about 50 million is not much. I'll make sure we start with making the road motorable. A case in question, for example, is when we did this road from Kwale to Kinango to facilitate movements of the constituents to come to Mashujaa Day. And we did ask the contractor to make the road fast motorable, so that as they do the road to pitment standard, the road is in very good moram condition. I will undertake to ensure that China Railway Number 10 makes this road all the way to Luanda motorable, fast, and secondly, as an assignee with full responsibility and performance being assigned to them, do really finish the road now that we have a contractor, which I said is a contractor with capacity. And finally, we are equally working and ensuring that we pay all the pending bills in due course as we work together to support the securitization of the 7 shillings. With respect to Navukolo, Mheshimiwa Makali, I'm told the same has been completed, an intention of award, the tendering process, an intention of award issued, a letter of award has been, intention of award has been done, and subject to those number of days lapsing, the award should be done by 14th November 2024, which is tomorrow. Again, we will continue to pursue to ensure that the challenge that really runs across most of the counties we address, particularly through the securitization and ensuring that we pay the pending bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Basil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 79 of 2024 to the CS Road and Transport. Can the CS explain why there has been significant delay in the completion of constructing Matuya Kalakara Kivandini Road to Chasioni Road in Yata constituency? Question number 2, can the CS provide an update on the expected timeline for the tamaking of the Katangi to Matu Road and the Ndalani to Makuyu Road? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to respond as follows. The upgrading to pitment standard of and maintenance of Matu, Kalakala, Kakuku, and Junction A3, Kathulani, Junction C439 roads were awarded to Quito Civil Engineering and Company Limited on 24th February 2017, following a competitive tendering process at a tender sum of 1.268 billion and a performance-based routine maintenance of 130,363,027 Kenya shillings. The contract agreement was signed on 5th May 2017, and the contractor given the commencement order on 21st July 2017. The contract commenced on 19th August 2017, and the works were scheduled to be completed 30 months later, which should have been 19th February 2020, with a defect liability period of 12 months. However, the contractor demobilized and abandoned works, forcing the employer to subcontract the works to other contractors. The following is how the project was subcontracted and the progress so far. 8 kilometers of the 40 kilometers on Matu Kalakala Kaguku section has been subcontracted to MS Daima Construction Limited to fast-track process. The subcontractor has completed up the first seal of the first 4 kilometers and has done 1.7 kilometers for second seal service dressing. So far, he has raised a certificate for payment and is awaiting to be paid to continue work. What we do, honorable members, we do segment the road into many segments, and as you finish the particular section and issue work certificate, upon inspection, you due for payment, but that is outstanding in line with the challenge that we have all talked about over and over again with pending bills. Another 12 kilometers, honorable members, of the 40 kilometers of work has been subcontracted to MS Uso Ngiro Contractors Limited. The contractor is working from 0 kilometers to 10 kilometers, junction C439 on Sioni section in accordance to provision of clause 4.1 of the condition of the contract. The subcontractor has completed the first seal service dressing for the first 4 kilometers of his section. On 30th July 2021, MS Sifel Construction Company was subcontracted 12 kilometers of Matue Kala road section from kilometer 8 to kilometer 20. The subcontractor has completed the first and second milestones up to the second seal service dressing. And on October, honorable members, 14, 2021, MS Quito Civil Engineering Company Limited was instructed to reinstate the road section from 12 kilometers to 16 kilometers to its original state before he abandoned work. After completion of the Statement MS Kito was then allowed to complete the road section on 12th November 2021 up to a blacktop or tarmac as per the contract. The main purpose of this process was to fast-track the work progress. The contractor has managed to complete 4 kilometers of the blacktop on the first seal dressing. On 7th December 2021, Litho Supplies and General Traders Limited was awarded the subcontract for 8 kilometer Kalakala to Kaguku section. Currently is ongoing with earthworks, and he has managed to complete about 2.5 kilometers of top subgrade. The subcontractor has also done a cross culvert within the first 2 kilometers. To date, honorable members, 79 months, 263% of the contract has elapsed against an overall progress of approximately 54.3%. Currently, Speaker, honorable members, there are no plans for tarmacking Katangi to Matu Road and the Ndalani to Makuyu Road due to insufficient budgetary allocation. However, there are plans for routine maintenance and spot improvement. The allocation for CP Muranga, Kisiki, Ndalani, Sophia Road in the financial year 24-25 is Kenya shillings 6,816,949, and for Matu, Kathiuni, Igombe, Katangi Road is 12,268,999 respectively. Those are the amounts which are available for maintenance in the printed estimates 2024-25. Thank you, honorable members.
Basil. Give him the mic.
Thank you, CS, for the response. If you look at the road from Matu to Ekalakala, there are so many potholes, yet the road has never been completed. So we ask, why did the engineers, were there poor quality supervision on the road? Number two, there are several Maram Ips that have been left between Kivandini to Chasioni Road, making motorists not be able to use the road. Number three, they skipped Mbembani to Kivingoni Market, that section which is within Yata constituency, and actually my constituents have been asking why was it skipped, and so many local suppliers were never paid. So we request the CS to look into that and to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Women Rep Tarakaniti. Give her the mic. You are assigning the wrong person. There you are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, my question goes to an issue that is so disturbing, an issue that is disturbing the people of the Tharaka County, the neighboring counties, the entire country and the world. The Kila Nidhi Bridge. Mr. Speaker, ending as a month ago, without the people of the Tharaka and the entire country burying their relatives from the Nidhi Kila Bridge. Mr. Speaker, sir, many have acquired disabilities from the Kila Bridge. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the Minister, what action has the Ministry undertaken or is undertaking towards redesign, rerouting, or erection of permanent accident arresting interventions at the Nidhi Bridge black spot? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mutunga again. Let me give people who have not asked Mutunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have several roads in Tigania West, and none of them has works going on. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to speak about St. Anne, Kagaene, Myompon, because I want a meeting with the minister. But Mr. Speaker, my desperation is that the capture of this road has always been avoided. I would like the Minister to know that I have written, I have talked to the ends of the institutions, and they do not capture these roads. Mr. Speaker, during the last state visit, Kera in his wisdom scrapped the tarmac of one road because of the potholes and on the fear that the end of state will pass on that road. Up to now, there is no cent allocated into that road. It's not in the books. Mr. Speaker, there's another road from Kiajai to Isiolo.
You are making a speech. Ask a
Mr. Speaker, what I would like the Minister to tell us, when we went to health, to energy, he had a very clear way of rationalizing. We would like to know whether this rationalization formula is going to be operated on or rather utilized in the Ministry of Roads and Transport. Because, Mr. Speaker, what we have is total discrepancy in terms of allocation of resources in the roads. You realize that some constituencies have no roads, while others have got 7 or 8 roads. So there is a problem in this country, and we need that problem solved. What is the promise of the Minister? Again, there is a road that
Order Mutunga.
Mr. Speaker, let me explain this particular one.
Let him finish. Give him to finish.
Mr. Speaker, there is a road which I forced upgrading. I went to the National Roads Committee Convention, the National National Roads Board Convention, and they pushed for movement of a road from Kera to Kenya. In other words, from to be in Kenya. That road has not yet been gazetted for 3 years in a row. I would like to know why the road has not been gazetted as at now.
Rueda, but you guys, your MPs also be fair to the minister. He's come with answers on questions that were asked. Now we are springing questions from every part of the country. But go ahead.
Asante Speaker. Ni vile mwakilishi wa wananchi na wakituona hapa leo tuko hatujauliza, tukienda huko tutakuwa tuna shida. Mwanzo nimpongeze waziri. Waziri ni muungwana sana. Tukienda ofisi yake tunapokelewa vizuri. Nataka tu waziri ajue kwamba Lamu Mashariki nafikiri ndio eneo bunge peke yake Kenya haina hata inchi moja ya barabara ya lami. Hata inchi moja hakuna. Na barabara zetu za Lamu Mashariki ni 3. Ni Mtangawanda tu Kizingitini, ambayo hiyo najua mwaijua. Naomba tafadhali muhakikishe mtuambie zimefikia vipi mikakati yake. Angalau na sisi tuwe tuna lami. Barabara ya pili ni kuanza Hindi tu Kiunga, ambayo ni kilomita kama 120. Hiyo barabara sahihi haipitiki kabisa kwa sababu ya wale wahalifu wanaweka IDs. Sasa imefungwa kabisa. Ward 2 Lamu Mashariki huwezi kupitia hiyo barabara mpaka upitie bahari. Sasa imefungwa, imekuwa lazima uende na boat, na saa nyingine bahari ni shida sana. Kwa hivyo naomba tu waziri alifikirie, kama hana majibu lakini afikirie hata pale pabaya tu kutengeneze kidogo ili barabara ifunguke. Nasikia pesa ilipewa Mchina iko, atafute tu, na kama insecurity si shida, KDF wako tayari, wanafanya kazi vizuri, wanapeana security. Kama imeshindikana kwa ministry, wapewe KDF wafanye ili barabara ifunguke.
Asante sana. Give her.
Bwana Speaker, kwetu Lamu Mashariki mazingira tofauti. Sisi maeneo yetu sio ile nyinyi mnaita land mass, sisi ni water mass. Sasa kwetu zaidi kwa ministry yenu pia tunahitaji sea wall, yani zile ukuta za bahari. Sasa kuna kijiji kinaitwa Mbwajumali, karibu kinabebwa na bahari chote, watoto wanabebwa, na kilijengwa kidogo, contractor hakumaliza kakimbia. Tafadhali iko pia kwa ministry yako, mtu angalilie. Asante bwana.
Aichumu Gichimu, member for Gishugu.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. The people that I represent of Gishugu find themselves in a situation akin to Honorable Basil's. And I don't want to go to because the minister or the CS has already given an elaborate plan on how to revive the roads that have already stalled. But my question is, are those roads that have already been contracted, are you able, just like many other areas that you've said, in Geshogo, to see to it that they are also motorable by grading and marraming? Because when these matters are scheduled for tarmacking through the normal CARA funds, mostly they are omitted because they've already been contracted for tarmacking. So actually, it's an area that you need to talk to the contractor. And if you have these plans, and you are saying soon, why don't you then talk to the contractors to go back on site, have an agreement with them that in 10 or 5 or whatever period, you'll be able to start paying them so that they can resume work, and our constituencies will actually benefit from these roads that have stalled for many years. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa, these are general questions.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
So you should give a general policy direction.
Mheshimiwa Spika, napenda kumpongeza waziri na nimuulize swali la kivuko cha feri ya Mtongwe. Kivuko cha feri ya Mtongwe kiliweza kusitishwa kufanya huduma zake kwa wakazi wa Likoni. Na hivi sasa tukiangalia kivuko cha Likoni kumekuwa na msongamano mkubwa sana, hata kumekuwa na hatari kubwa sana za maajali. Ukiangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi sasa tutakuwa na michezo ile ya Yala ambayo inakuja katika sehemu ya Mombasa. Namuuliza waziri, ni mikakati gani ambayo tutaweka ili tuweze kupunguza ule msongamano, kwa sababu kivuko cha Mtongwe kilikuwa kinapunguza msongamano wa abiria na kilikuwa kinasaidia sana. Na wakati kulikuwa na kile kivuko cha kuolea, kile tulikuwa tunaita Kiingereza floating bridge, pia kilikuwa kinasaidia. Na hivyo vyote vimeondolewa, na hivi sasa kumekuwa na shida na kumekuwa na msongamano mbaya sana mpaka kuleta hatari za ajali nyingi. Swali lingine la mwisho ni barabara ya Dongo Kundu ambayo tunashukuru serikali wameng'ang'ana kutengeza barabara hii, na imebakia hatua kidogo sana iweze kufunguliwa rasmi na Mheshimiwa Rais Daktari William Ruto. Lakini katika barabara hiyo kuna hatari, kuna mwanya ambao umewachwa wazi, na juzi tumempoteza kijana aliweza kutumbukia kwa sababu barabara hiyo iko juu na chini ni bahari. Kijana alitumbukia na kuweza kupoteza maisha yake. Tunakuomba waziri uangalie swala hilo ili hii barabara iweze kumalizwa, rais afungue rasmi na zile hatari za kupoteza maisha ya wale wanaotumia barabara hiyo iweze kuzingatiwa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Waziri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was actually not going to ask a question because I thought that when there are questions, you respond to the very specific one. Nonetheless, because I'm seeing that the questions are also taking on policy direction.
Justem generis.
Thank you. I do appreciate, Mr. Speaker, because I think you understand, having served in the House, that members have needs in the constituency. I want to ask a question which is similar to what the Honorable Fogishugu has raised. And for me, it's really a policy issue that when you have commenced construction and then you stop because of lack of funds, it shouldn't be within the charity of the minister, but a policy issue in the ministry that you must allocate funds. Like right now, the road between Sindo and Bita is actually only about 2-3 kilometers. I was there last week, but you spend almost 1 hour because they actually messed up the road. We cannot allocate it in Kura. But when this young man called Morara wants to attack, he goes to my constituency, even though he went on the Karoli side. But because maybe Karoli is still relatively new, he was attacking me, saying, Millie, what are you doing? I'm not the one doing those roads. It's the national government. But because we are not assigning money for routine maintenance, what is the policy of the ministry? And if you don't have a policy, can you come up with a policy for just regular maintenance so that it's not dependent on police, on charity of a given CS, but it's a given that it must be allocated. Even if you want to do that road right now, I can't do anything. And it's a small portion that we can do with Kenya.
Thank you. Betsimba.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa.
Minister, you will compress all this into a policy direction.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa ya kuweza kuuliza swali la ziada. Je, waziri anaufahamu barabara katika eneo bunge la Kisauni ambayo imeanza Kiembeni ipitie Mwakirunge kwenda Rabai? Na Mheshimiwa Rais alikuja kuanzisha rasmi barabara hiyo inayojengwa na Kera. Alipoondoka Mheshimiwa Rais, matingatinga yote yaliondoka yakamfuata. Anazo habari hizo na ana mipango gani kuweza kuendeleza hiyo barabara badala ya kumwekea aibu Mheshimiwa Rais?
Thank you. Let's have answers to those.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. I think Honorable Millie summarized it very well that we should have a policy framework on how to deal with roads which have been contracted and ensure that we do allocate funds so that those roads are not stranded, even for the purpose of motorability. I want to state here, honorable members, that I'll work very closely with the House to ensure that when we run our budgets, we do ensure that we give priority to ongoing projects. We do some parity and equitable distribution of resources, and that with the kind of data that is available in roads, we should be able to do that together. With respect to really the challenge that we've had for a long time on bending bills, the support that we've received from this House on the 7 shillings additional road maintenance levy, and which I have confirmed we are fairly advanced in securitizing to ensure that we raise some 170, 175 billion Kenya shillings, we should be able to get all contractors back to work. But more importantly, even as we do that, and because there is really, you can have sight of the entire runway on this particular project, we will push the contractors to make the roads motorable. Talking to a road like Sindombita, I want to confirm merely that that particular road will now not stop. We are working on it. I don't know, but majorly because we are raising the funds to pay all the contractors. We had a bending bill on that road of about 540 million Kenya shillings on certificates issued, but there was only an allocation of 270 million. Having paid the full amount, you can see the contractor still with a hole of 300 million, but I've equally had a meeting with civil engineering construction company, the same company that did the road from Kwale Kinango, and I can assure us that because of what we are doing on securitization, a lot of contractors are seeing some hope, and we are able to get a number of them back to work. So a road like Sindo Mbita, I can assure honorable members, just to pick one, that it will not stop. With respect to Gishugu, Banagishimo, we will, like I've said, maintain. We are seeking to ensure that the contractors make the roads motorable. Traditionally, contractors should provide a road for users during construction. So we cannot be constructing a road, leaving heaps of soils. We then abandon works because of non-payment, and we leave the road not motorable. So we are going to, it's an agenda. I gave the example of Kinango Kwale, where we made the road really good on Moram, so that as they work on the tarmacking, and even albeit the challenge of pending bills and payments, the road or the users of the Kenyans users do not face that challenge. Honorable John Mutunga, I want to confirm, like when we met, that we're going to address the various challenges on the road programs in the country. We have built a good database that can help us to work together with the House to ensure that we do have a very amicable way of allocating funds to ongoing projects, to roads across the whole country with some level of equity. Captain Ruwaida, thank you for congratulating me equally to a number of members who have congratulated me today. I want to confirm that we'll work very closely together. Mtakawanda Road to Kisingitini, we'll tender it next week. We'll put it to tender next week. With respect to, I'm just saying, I mean, there's a lot of tendering happening next week. With respect to, I think I mentioned Tigania West for John. With respect to, what was the other, Tharakanithi Bridge, I want to confirm we are all concerned about this Tharakanithi Bridge, and we are paying a lot of attention. We have installed a lot of bumps or humps on the road. We have installed signage and will continue to improve. We have separated the uplink traffic from the downlink traffic. We are in the process of finalizing the redesign for the new bridge, which is currently ongoing, and we will put funds. You are aware that leadership at every level has made commitment to correcting Nithi Bridge. We don't like the name Killer Bridge. We should get it back to Nithi Bridge. And so we are paying attention to that. Our potholes on this road that is complicated and that we have had to assign or give to so many contractors, Matu, Ikalagala, I want to confirm that we will work on the potholes. Like I've said, we'll make the roads motorable. And with the 4-5 contractors on site, the issue of pending bills and the fundraising we are doing through securitization, we are going to pay attention and ensure that these small sections with all these contractors, Sifel, Kito, Usongiro, and so on and so forth, address and do what they are supposed to do. The floating bridge in, where is this? In Mutongwe. We removed the floating bridge in Mutongwe because it had its own challenges. We know the challenges we are facing with the Likoni ferry, but luckily, Mishimbogo, we are finalizing the Dongokundu Kibundani Road, which is basically finished. I think we are almost seeking a date for official commissioning of that road, and we will move most of the traffic. We'll work together with the leadership. I was in Mombasa last week, and we had a session with the governor for Mombasa, Abdul Swamad, and we want to work together to see how to decongest Likoni ferry, how to even provide some land around the ferry as a holding ground, which I do know that Kenya Railways did lease out to some other investor, and we are working to address that small challenge. So, honorable members, let me just say that allow us to work in another 1-2 months, max 3 months, to sort out the pending bills through securitization of the 7 shillings. I want to thank the House, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, for the support we have received in the securitization process. This will go a long way in sorting out the pending bills, which amounts to about 174 billion today. And we can get all the contractors back to work. We'll be more cautious, we'll be more careful to ensure that we do not get into that situation by assigning new projects where there is no revenue or investments or cash flow to support maturing work certificates. So, honorable members, thank you for your support. I will continue to receive you to address the specific roads in the various counties in this great country. I will continue to receive you in my office as I continue to learn. Today, I'm just 90 days in office, and I think I was asking myself what I will possibly have to say on the 100th day, but we'll continue to work together. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we've done 3 hours on question time. I want the question by Sarah Correra to be the last for today, and invite the minister to be back here in 2 weeks to answer the remaining questions. So Sarah Correra, ask your question. That will be the last for today. And Sarah, before you ask, take your seat. Members, tomorrow, Malulu, your question will come after 2 weeks. All of you who are on the order paper, we have bills also to deal with. And I think we have extracted sufficient material from the minister today. He will be back here in 2 weeks. Before Sarah Correra asks the question, tomorrow we have a Kamkunji at 11. All of you and those who are not here be here for that Kamkunji. And ministers, you go to answer the last question. Remember to remain engaged with the Baraki Club for Yala Games. Sarah Correra.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to ask question number 127 of 2024. Can the minister state the reasons for delay in completion of construction works on Doldol Nanyuki Road in Laikipia North Constituency? Number 2, state when the ministry intends to complete construction works. And 3, provide details of the outstanding payments, if any, to the constructor on the scope of works for construction on the said road.
Minister.
Thank you again, honorable members. Thank you, Mheshimiwa Correra. Let me go straight to and acknowledge the delay in completion of the road, of the said road, Doldol Nanyuki, in Laikipia constituency, which has been caused by non-performance by the contractor who was engaged to do the works. Shipili Enterprise Limited has been slow in the process, and we have had several meetings in order to engage him to expedite the works. Honorable members, I did have a meeting about this with Sarah Correra, and we are working on how to ensure that we accelerate that work and even provide enough funds to address the pending bill that we did see on this particular road. 2 management meetings have been held with the contractor in which they were asked to go back to site and resume works. However, they have not heeded the call, and so the employer will seek recourse on the next step of action according to the contract terms. The scope included the following: site clearance to include heavy bush clearing, tree and stump removals, evacuation and filling for structures, culverts and drainage works to include majorly new culverts installation, grading and graveling works to include light grading of the whole section and then spot graveling. Road furniture, repairs, maintenance to include installation of 20 in number concrete bollards. The contractor has no outstanding payment. Sorry, I did indicate that they had outstanding payment. I think the point was the funds allocated to the road is something that we discussed with Mheshimiwa, and Mheshimiwa, we need to have another cup of tea. Thank you. As regarding the Mbaraki Stadium, honorable members, I have worked very closely with Mheshimiwa Osoro and Faith Gitau, Mheshimiwa, and Mbaraki progress today is 80% complete. We have challenges, small challenges on the sitting area and the common amenities like toilets and the changing rooms. I want to confirm that as of yesterday, I did hold a meeting and we are looking at NYS moving in to do most of the handiworks. Kenya Power supporting us in doing most of the lighting, but I want to confirm that the tartan is the asphalt, the tarmacking of the places that needed to be asphalt and the tartan to be installed will be shipped, and it will come in on time, and the stadium will be ready. We are also looking at the other gymnasium stadium to ensure where the other indoor games will be, and we did yesterday give an indicative budget approval to ensure that we are able to run through the coming 3 weeks and make the facility ready so that our parliament can host the East African Legislative Assemblies with a better dignity than we have been hosted in the other countries. So I'm on top of it with Bwana Osoro, with Gitau there, and thank you for your support. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sarah Korere. Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, I want to acknowledge indeed that the Cabinet Secretary has himself taken up the issue and called me severally about the road. But again, CS, I want to inform you and plead with you with a lot of humility that the people of Laikipia North are suffering, untold suffering, because of the status of that road. Waziri, just the other day we lost 2 people who were shot by bandits, not very serious gunshot wounds, but wounds that would have been saved if they would have reached Nanyuki in good time. But because of the status of that road, they couldn't. It is also clear that Shibili Construction Company does not have the capacity to go back to that site. So the earlier you expedite the process of bringing an alternative person, the better for us. Again, on the 0 kilometer of that road, because that contract, I think, covers 15 kilometers, there is a place that Kenya is taking care of. And they brought on site a company called Nexotech, which was supposed to do some emergency works. That contractor reported for 3 days and disappeared. So you wonder what emergency work is when there is no emergency work. Actually, the people, the road users, took it upon themselves to construct that road using their own resources, their own hands, while we know Kenya has given somebody a contract and that contractor has disappeared. I've called the regional engineer for Upper Eastern several times, and he himself confesses to me that the contractor cannot even pick his calls. So, you know, we are just left as lame ducks. You don't know what you are waiting for. Again, in Laikipia North CS, Laikipia North is the biggest constituency. It is bigger than Laikipia East and Laikipia West combined. There is no road network. The road that connects Timao, Lokusero, all the way to the constituency headquarters at Doldol is completely washed out. It is a road that is under Kenya in the Upper Eastern. Waziri, we need, if nothing else, we just need some first aid, because that road goes through Mgogodo Forest. We know the history of Mgogodo Forest and banditry and insecurity, so it is a very critical security road. For the Doldol Nanyuki Road, I appreciate that even His Excellency the President is so committed to see that road constructed. And Waziri, you know, for the first time, if that road is constructed, the people of Laikipia North will feel that independence has actually come to Laikipia North.
Honorable Cabinet Secretary, I'll give the next speaker, and then after that we can close. So the Honorable Member for Chesumei, you're the one who's going to say something, but hold on. What's your point of order, Honorable Junet? We are not giving we're not taking any more supplementary questions. You have come in too late. So Honorable Member for Chesumei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I rise to ask the CS what the ministry is doing to ensure that the contractor assigned to Danger Chemuswa Road, which has not only stalled, but there is no maintenance ahead of works in that particular road, and that road is not passable and not motorable at all. And that road, when I CS, was launched actually way back in 2016 by the Uhuru government, and up to now it has not taken off. There is also a road, Chepterit Chepkober Kaiboi, which is on Kenha, that has also stalled, and apart from it being stalled, there was maintenance ahead of works on that road, but the contractor decided to just take the machines midway and say that he doesn't have enough money for that road. Baraton Samoka Mobo Road and Akura is another concern on CS. That road is around 8 kilometers, and we had agreed actually it were being allocated 1 kilometer every year, but for the last 2 years that road has also stalled, and now there is no maintenance on the remaining part of the road, which is impassable. Lastly, there are 2 bridges CS, and those ones have caused fatal accidents. People were buried the other day on the Makonge Baraton Bridge, which right now is very, very dangerous and impassable. And I don't know what the ministry is doing about it. And another one called Samo Kamurgiwa Bridge, amongst many, many of those bridges. Lastly, there's a road which had been allocated funds on GOK called Captel Chomisia, which we had asked for funds when the previous minister was in office. Actually, it took time, and the other day it was awarded, but the works have not started. The only problem is that road took too long until there was a CSR from Kipchabo Tea Estate. That road right now is motorable and good, but there's an adjacent road which is very bad, and we had requested the RD to change or to do something so that we do not waste the taxpayers' money, and it seems they are saying that their hands are tight. So why would we actually lose money on the road of Captel Chomisia while there's an adjacent road that is not good, and this one else has been done? So please intervene. Thank you so much.
Honorable Cabinet Secretary, I think those are the last questions. I think that Honorable Marianne Aldai, I think already the substantive speaker has already ruled that that was going to be the last intervention. All other questions will be brought up in 2 weeks' time when the Cabinet Secretary comes to the House. I think that was the agreement. Proceed, Waziri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Because these are substantive questions, let me beg to come with comprehensive answers in the next sitting within 2 weeks. But for Mheshimiwa Paul Biegon's question, the challenge on Danger Chemuswa, I think Chepterit Keses, is it Lesos, that junction C36, Mo University, which is also with China Railway number 10. If you took time to look at the appropriation, you'll realize that the bending bill on this road is, I've just checked quickly, and the bending bill is at 734 million Kenya shillings, 734.3 million Kenya shillings. We only appropriated 91.3 million. So even after paying the 91, which we haven't paid because of exchequer release, but we are working on that, we'll still have a 600 million plus. We've taken it as a road of interest, and we are trying to get the contractor back to site. In fact, this is why I was saying that this contractor partly last week. He has undertaken that if we pay him another 300 million Kenya shillings, he should be able to resume work and accelerate work, because, like I said, he's a contractor with means, and he has got many other contracts across the country. We are working around to ensure that in the next few days, he's back at work. So we are working on his payments. We want to make sure that we bring down that pending bill, even ahead of the securitization funding. We'll bring that pending bill down by about 50% and get him back to work. For the other detailed questions, allow me to come with detailed answers as we continue to work together. And I think even in 2 weeks, I would probably be reporting how far we are on the securitization and getting all the contractors back to work, ensuring that, first and foremost, all the roads are motorable, so that even when they down the tools, they do not really hold us at ransom. Honorable members, let me thank the House for the engagement this afternoon and commit that I will do my best to ensure that we do provide infrastructure that will support the economy in terms of movement of goods and movement of people in the way modern economies do provide infrastructure for their population. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I think you may take your leave. Honorable members, I think we'll move to the next order.
Order number 9, the Cooperatives Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024, second reading.
Honorable Osoro, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Cooperative Bill 2024 be read for the second time. Honorable Speaker, the bill as presented before this House seeks to provide for a legal framework that promotes a sustainable, a competitive cooperative sector for socio-economic development in a devolved system of governance, and also to give effect, effect to Article 186 and the 4th schedule to the Constitution. The bill, Honorable Speaker, also seeks to promote uniform norms and standards in the registration, regulation, supervision, and management of cooperatives, and also establish a framework for constitution and cooperatives among counties. Honorable Speaker, this bill further seeks to establish the Office of the Commission or Commissioner for Cooperative Development at the national level, and the Office of the County Director for Cooperatives at the county level, and also it provides the intergovernmental cooperative relations. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Commissioner for Cooperative Development will be responsible for the promotion, registration, and regulation of cooperatives and provide for the intergovernmental cooperative relations. Honorable Speaker, this bill further seeks to introduce the cooperatives 4-tier structure that composes of A, the primary cooperatives, B, the secondary cooperatives, C, the cooperative federations, and D, Apex Cooperative, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, the cooperative sector is very critical in the societal or socio-economic development in the country, and the realization of the government's objective of bringing down the cost of living, eradicating hunger, creating jobs, expanding the tax base, improving foreign exchange and balance, and inclusive growth. Honorable Speaker, the significant benefits that have accrued to Kenyans through the cooperatives include employment and wealth creation. And besides, the traditional areas of agriculture production, processing and marketing, the strength of cooperatives is currently felt in several areas, Honorable Speaker, and they include the finance, the real estate, the value addition, education, health, transport. You all see circles and cooperative societies in the matatu industry, mining, and several other commercial activities. Honorable Speaker, as we move this, it's important to also highlight the content of the bill as drafted, Honorable Speaker. The bill has 168 clauses that are divided into 17 parts and 3 schedules. Part 1 of the bill, which of course comprises of clause 1 to 5 of the bill, provides for the preliminary matters, including the short title of the bill, and it also provides for the interpretation of terms used in the bill and the object of the act. It also provides for the guiding principles in the implementation of the act and the application of the act. Part 2, Honorable Speaker, which starts from clause 6 to 18 of the bill, provides for the establishment of the offices and administration of the act. It establishes offices in 3 divisions, Honorable Speaker. Division 1 relates to the national government offices, wherein it establishes the office of the Commissioner for Cooperative Development and provides for the staff of the office of the Commissioner. It also makes provision for a vacancy in the office of the Commissioner, the functions of the Commissioner, and provides for annual reports by the Commissioner. Division 2, Honorable Speaker, relates to the county government offices. It establishes the office of the county director for cooperatives and provides for the staff of the office of the county director for cooperatives. It also makes provision for the vacancy in the office of the county director for cooperatives, the functions of the county director for cooperatives, and provides for the annual report by the county director for cooperatives, Honorable Speaker. And finally, Division 3 of that very particular section relates to the Intergovernmental Cooperatives Relations Technical Forum, and also establishes the Intergovernmental Cooperatives Relations Technical Forum and provides for its functions and meetings. Part 3, Honorable Speaker, starts from clause 19 to clause 27 of the bill, provides for the structure of cooperatives in Kenya. It establishes a 4-tier structure, which provides for the primary cooperatives, as we had earlier said, secondary cooperatives, cooperative federation, and an apex cooperative. It sets out the types of primary cooperatives that may be registered and prohibits multiple objects in primary cooperatives, Honorable Speaker. It also provides for the object of secondary cooperatives and the objects of cooperative federations. It provides for registration and subscription to the apex cooperative and the role and functions of the cooperative, of the apex cooperative, Honorable Speaker. This very particular clause, part, which is part 3, Honorable Speaker, provides for the annual reports of the apex cooperative and registration, regulation, and cooperatives of operations of the apex cooperative, Honorable Speaker. Part 6 of the total of the bill, Honorable Speaker, starts from clause 28 to 43 of the bill, and it provides for registration of cooperatives. It includes the procedure for registration, restriction of registration of cooperatives within the same common bond, and limitation on names of cooperatives, Honorable Speaker. It also provides for the registration of cooperative and its bylaws and a certificate of registration as evidence of registration, Honorable Speaker. This very particular part, part 4, provides for the requirement to display a cooperative certificate of registration and change of name or loss of the certificate, Honorable Speaker. It further makes provision for the deeming of a cooperative as a body, corporate, and prohibition against dual registration as well as amendment of bylaws. Provides for the binding effects of the bylaws of a particular of a cooperative and for appeals against refusal to register. This part 4, Honorable Speaker, further provides for the presumption of the signature by the Commissioner, the protection of cooperative identity, and for the protection and restriction on the use of the name SACCO. It also provides for the mandatory uses of names in certain cooperatives. Part 5, Honorable Speaker, has clause 44, starts from clause 44 to clause 51, Honorable Speaker. It provides for the rights and liabilities of members, Honorable Speaker. This includes qualification for membership, who qualifies to be a member, limitation of holding share capital, exercise of members' rights, limitation of membership to producer cooperatives, voting rights of members, transfer of shares, rights of members, and the obligation of a member, Honorable Speaker. Part 6, Honorable Speaker, comprises or starts from clause 52 to 56 of the bill, and it provides for the duties of cooperatives. It requires that every cooperative to have a registered address in Kenya and to also keep a copy of the Act and the bylaws at its registered office, Honorable Speaker. It also provides for estimates of income expenditure, accounts and audits, and production of books and other documents by the cooperatives, Honorable Speaker. Part 7, Honorable Speaker, starts or has with Part 7 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, which starts from clause 57 to 66, provides for governance of cooperatives, Honorable Speaker. It includes provisions on general meetings, special general meetings, presiding at general meetings, the use of physical or virtual or hybrid general meetings, and the delegate system of representation. This very part, Honorable Speaker, also provides for membership and powers of the board, eligibility for the creation of a supervisory board, and its duties, as well as the nomination committee, Honorable Speaker. Part 8, Honorable Speaker, which starts from clause 67 to 68 of the bill, provides for the amalgamation and division of cooperatives. This part outlines the procedures for the amalgamation, generally, and the division of cooperatives, Honorable Speaker. Part 9 of this bill, Honorable Speaker, starts from clause 69 to 80, Honorable Speaker, of the bill. And what it does, Honorable Speaker, it provides for the rights and obligations of the cooperatives, Honorable Speaker, and permits a cooperative to enter into a charge of a member's produce and to fine a member for violation of bylaws. It also provides for fast charge over debts and assets of a member and the fast charge over member shares. This is usually a very important clause, Honorable Speaker, because it provides for the fast charge over debts and assets of a member and fast charge over member shares. It also makes provision for an employer's failure to remit the sum deducted from an employee. Honorable Speaker, it also provides for prohibition against attachment of member shares, the rights of withdrawing from membership, and the liability of past and deceased members, Honorable Speaker. It further provides for the transfer of shares of interest of deceased members and the evidence of members' interest in cooperatives and restriction of cooperation on production of cooperative books, Honorable Speaker. Part 10 of this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, starts from clause 81 to 89 of the bill, and it provides for property and funds of cooperatives, Honorable Speaker. It provides for how the property and the funds of our cooperatives are to be applied. It also provides for the restriction on giving loans and borrowing, as well as investment of our cooperatives' funds, Honorable Speaker. This particular part, Honorable Speaker, makes provision declaration and payment of bonuses, the maintenance of a reserve fund, and the distribution of net balance. And it also provides for investment in non-core activities and investment in companies, Honorable Speaker. Part 11 of this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, starts from clause 90 to 98. Clause 90 to 98 of the bill, and it provides for changes by cooperatives. Charges by cooperatives. It provides for the creation of charges over cooperative property, compliance of charges with applicable law, the registration of charges by the commissioner, and for the register of charges. It also makes provision for the issuance of satisfaction of charges and for the requirement for the receiver to give notice of appointment to the commissioner, Honorable Speaker. It further makes a provision for the requirement of a cooperative to keep a copy of instruments of charge at registered office and for the register of particulars of charges, Honorable Speaker. It further provides for the right of members and creditors to inspect the register of charges. Part 12, Honorable Speaker, of this bill starts from clause 99 to clause 105. 99 to 105, Honorable Speaker. Remember we said that, clause 99 to 105, of the bill. It provides, Honorable Speaker, this particular part provides for inquiry, inspection, and surcharges. Honorable Speaker. It provides for, this bill, Honorable Speaker, further provides for the power to surcharge officers of a cooperative, appeal against a surcharge order, and the recovery of a surcharge, Honorable Speaker. It further provides for the inspection of books of an indebted cooperative, the expenses of, I hope we are safe, Honorable Speaker. I hope I am safe. I don't know whether.
Yeah, you're safe. So far, so good. You're safe. Don't worry. Don't worry about the third and whatever fell in there.
Yeah, I thought
it's not anything that should worry you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah.
So this particular part 12, Honorable Speaker, further provides for the inspection of books of an indebted cooperative, the expenses of inquiry and inspection and routine inspection, Honorable Speaker. Part 13, Honorable Speaker, starts from clause 106 to 117, Honorable Speaker. And it provides for the dissolution of cooperatives. This includes the procedure for dissolution, the cancellation of registration, effects of cancellation, and it makes provision for the liquidation of a cooperative society, of a cooperative whose registration is cancelled, Honorable Speaker. It also makes provision for the appointment of a liquidator in case of such matters arising, and the qualification of a liquidator, the powers of a liquidator, and the making of a liquidation account of cooperatives, Honorable Speaker. It sets out the powers of the commissioner during liquidation. It further, Honorable Speaker, provides for appeals against an order of the liquidator or commissioner, enforcement of orders, and outlines offenses relating to liquidation of a cooperative, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, part 14 of the bill. Part 14 of the bill. Remember, I had part 14 starts from clause 118 to 123. As I said earlier, the bill has 168 clauses. So part 14 has clause 118 to 123, and it provides for special powers of the cooperative tribunal to set aside certain transactions. It provides for the power of the cooperative tribunal to set aside transactions that are undervalued, the power to void preference, and provides the meaning of the term relevance, and meaning of the term relevant time used in clause 118 and 119 of the bill. It also makes further provisions for orders under clause 118 and 119, ancillary provisions, Honorable Speaker. It further provides for the power of the cooperative tribunal to set aside certain extortionate transactions and outline the circumstances in which a floating charge on a cooperative undertaking or property may be invalid, Honorable Speaker. Part 15 of this bill, Honorable Speaker, provides for starts from clause 124 to 146 of the 168 clauses. And this particular part, Honorable Speaker, provides for settlement of disputes. It establishes the cooperative tribunal and provides for the appointment of its members, Honorable Speaker. It also sets out the remuneration and term of office for members of the tribunal, of cooperative tribunal, and further for the gazettement of members of the tribunal when a vacancy in the office of the tribunal may arise, Honorable Speaker. It further provides for the jurisdiction of the tribunal, registries, sittings, and proceedings of the tribunal, Honorable Speaker. And it further provides for orders by the tribunal and general offenses at the tribunal, and grants the tribunal unlimited geographical and pecuniary jurisdiction. Unlimited geographical and pecuniary jurisdiction in matters cooperative dispute, Honorable Speaker. It provides for the quorum, Honorable Speaker, and benches of the tribunal, conflict of interest, and voting at the tribunal, Honorable Speaker. It further provides that the powers of the chairperson may be exercised by the vice chairperson and for the appeals to the High Court from the tribunal, Honorable Speaker. This part also, Honorable Speaker, provides for the chairperson's power to appoint a cooperative assessor at the tribunal and for the contempt of the tribunal. It further provides for the appointment of the deputy registrar of the tribunal and the rights or the right of parties before the tribunal, Honorable Speaker. And finally, on this particular part, Honorable Speaker, it provides for the immunity of officers of the tribunal and for the alternative dispute mechanism at the tribunal, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, part 16 starts from clause 147 to 162 of the bill and contains general provisions. And this further, of course, provides for procurement and disposal in cooperatives, enforcement of ethics and integrity in cooperatives, cooperative self-regulation, credit information sharing, intercooperative borrowing, cooperative capital raising instruments, remuneration to officers and members of a cooperative, Honorable Speaker. This particular part, Honorable Speaker, further establishes the cooperative, it further establishes the Cooperative Development Fund and delegates to the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Speaker, the power to make regulations, Honorable Speaker. This particular bill or this particular part, Honorable Speaker, further provides for the powers of the Cabinet Secretary and the County Executive Committee member, other powers of the Commissioner, and the powers of the County Director for Cooperatives, Honorable Speaker. It further outlines the offenses, then provides for the distinction of cooperatives from trade unions, and sets out a general penalty for offenses, Honorable Speaker. The final part of this bill, Honorable Speaker, is part 17, Honorable Speaker, which starts from clauses 163 to 168, Honorable Speaker, of the bill, and it provides for transitional provisions. It proposes the repeal of the Cooperative Societies Act, which is number 12 of 1997, and the amendment of the Public Officer Ethics Regulation of 2003, number 6 of 2003, Honorable Speaker. It also provides for transition to the office of the Commissioner and County Director for Cooperatives and the enactment of County Assembly legislation, Honorable Speaker. It provides for the transition of the members of and proceeding before the Cooperative Tribunal, as well as the transition of notices, the orders, directions, and appointments, Honorable Speaker. And then finally, Honorable Speaker, we get to the schedule. The schedule, Honorable Speaker, the first schedule outlines the procedure of liquidation of cooperatives under Clause 109. The second schedule, Honorable Speaker, outlines the preferential debts in relation to the payment of debts for a cooperative under liquidation. While the very final one, Honorable Speaker, the third schedule, outlines offenses relating to conduct before and during liquidation and criminal proceedings relating to other offenses under Clause 117, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's important for honorable members to know the aims and purpose of this bill. After highlighting what the entire bill provides for, Honorable Speaker, it's important for members to know that the very first part of the bill aims to update Kenya's cooperative sector, which is introduction, framework, aligning it with modern socio-economic and governance structure as envisioned by the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. By doing so, it intends to further socio-economic development within a developed system, Honorable Speaker. The objective of the core objective of the bill, Honorable Speaker, seeks to propose the establishment of both the national level commissioner for cooperative development and the county level, Honorable Speaker, of county directors for cooperatives, Honorable Speaker, with each office promoting intergovernmental cooperative relations, Honorable Speaker. And the legal consistency, Honorable Speaker, of this particular bill is rooted in Article 186 of the Constitution and is part of the broader national cooperative policy. Its intent, Honorable Speaker, is to harmonize cooperative governance across counties and also ensures uniform standards while respecting devolution, Honorable Speaker. There are key committee observations that arose from during the formation of this bill, Honorable Speaker. Clarity on cooperative structure. That is one. The bill introduces a tied structure for cooperatives, or a tier structure of cooperatives, Honorable Speaker, which has now primary, secondary, federation, and an apex cooperative, Honorable Speaker, to streamline the operations and represent members of interests effectively at different levels, Honorable Speaker. The question of alignment with devolution also arose from the committees of observation, Honorable Speaker, and it emphasizes on cooperatives or cooperation between the national and county governments, which aligns and it makes sure that it aligns with devolved government governance structures or governance principles, empowering counties to participate in cooperative oversight and support, Honorable Speaker. It also, the observation also, Honorable Speaker, was on the enhanced governance and financial management, where the bill seeks to address governance challenges such as transparency, accountability, which also include the establishment of supervisory boards and nomination committees in cooperatives, Honorable Speaker. Now, the fourth point, Honorable Speaker, that should be very keen is addressing sectorial challenges or sectoral challenges, Honorable Speaker. Governance and financial resilience. The bill aims to improve the cooperative governance by embedding principles of transparency and strong financial oversight, thereby protecting members' investment, Honorable Speaker. Market access and capacity building is also another point, Honorable Speaker. And through clear operational structures, cooperatives, Honorable Speaker, will better access markets and resources. Enhanced training for cooperative members and leaders is also prioritized to elevate sector standards, Honorable Speaker. The fifth very vital point, Honorable Speaker, is the economic and social impact of this particular bill, Honorable Speaker. By empowering the local communities, the bill positioned to significantly benefit rural communities. And this is done by strengthening local cooperatives, thus contributing to job creation and economic empowerment at the grassroots, Honorable Speaker. And the long-term sustainability is also a very important virtue and factor in this bill. And the provisions in the bill, including the development of a cooperative development fund, aims at ensuring that cooperatives remain economically sustainable and sustainable and environmentally responsible, Honorable Speaker. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, it's important to inform members and notify members that the bill is very crucial for sustainable, competitive cooperative sector aligned with the national cooperative policy. And by passing this legislation, Honorable Speaker, the National Assembly will have supported a modern cooperative sector that upholds cooperative principles, strengthens economic inclusion, and fosters unity across Kenya, Honorable Speaker. So in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I therefore request or wish to request the honorable members to support the bill so that we can have a comprehensive legal framework for promotion, for management, and regulation of cooperatives in Kenya in a devolved governance structure, Honorable Speaker. I therefore, Honorable Speaker, beg to move and ask the substantive leader now who is back in the House, the leader of majority, to second the bill. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Leader of majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me begin by thanking the Majority Whip for moving this bill on our behalf, and I rise to second. Honorable Speaker, as the Majority Whip has said, maybe even before I say what he has said, let me take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Marianne Ketanyi and the Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for the immense work they've put. Honorable Speaker, if you look at this bill, it's a bill that has over 168 clauses, Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding the schedule. Therefore, the committee did put in a lot of work to consider all these provisions clause by clause, and they tabled a report in this House yesterday, which I believe, as the Honorable Osoro has pointed out, some of the observations the committee that did observe in their consideration of this bill. But it's an important bill, Honorable Speaker, because it is giving effect to Article 186 of our Constitution and Schedule 4 of the 2010 Constitution, Honorable Speaker. I know Article 186 set out the respective functions and powers of both the national and county governments. And you know, Honorable Speaker, the work of oversight of our cooperative societies was vested by the Constitution under Schedule 4 to our county governments. But the national government also has a huge responsibility. And therefore, part of what this bill is doing is to give effect to that, the provisions of the Article 186 and the fourth schedule of the Constitution, to ensure that there is uniformity in the standards and norms of how we register our cooperatives, how they are regulated, how they are supervised, and in the management of all these cooperatives, under a good framework and legal framework that will ensure that our cooperative societies, Honorable Speaker, because they are an important and integral part of the management of our economic affairs, especially from the grassroots, Honorable Speaker. Many of us, even in this House, are cooperators. In fact, this morning, Honorable Speaker, I had the opportunity over lunch to dash to Kitengela to see part of the good work being done by the Parliamentary Cooperative Society, PACOSO. And I know Bunge Sacco is also doing some good work. But that is a SACCO or a cooperative society by members of parliament, the lawmakers. And I know many members are also members of cooperative societies back in our villages, whether they are producer cooperative societies, whether they are consumer cooperative societies. Many of us are members, and indeed we are confronted severally by constituents who have issues with the management and the running of their cooperative societies. Honorable Speaker, the members of the Trade and Industry Committee who engage with this bill will tell you that part and parcel of the problems that bedevil the coffee sector today is a poor management of our cooperative society, the coffee sector. And this bill has come now to fix those problems in management and governance of our cooperative societies. But be it as it may be, Honorable Speaker, because county governments, with the advent of the 2010 Constitution, were charged with the responsibility of registration of some of these cooperatives, many of them have allowed all manner of people to run cooperative societies, register cooperative societies. We have seen people being swindled of their hard earnings by societies that purport to be cooperative societies or SACCOs, and they are not, Honorable Speaker, because they lack a clear framework, a legal framework that would tell us how and who do you register to manage a cooperative society, what governance structures will be there to manage the cooperative societies. This bill is coming to give effect to all those provisions, that the days of Ekeza Sacco will be forgotten, Honorable Speaker. We saw people in Kiambu and across the country being conned by someone calling himself a bishop, and he would use a church to mobilize people to join a Sacco called Ekeza, and eventually took off with their money. It was being sold as a saving society. At one point, it was a housing cooperative. It was a land buying cooperative. This bill, Honorable Speaker, now is categorizing the 4 tiers of cooperative societies that will be there, and who will license, who will register, how will they be managed. It's not just anybody who has a collar and calls himself a bishop, who will now mobilize church people and tell them this is a cooperative for the church. There must be a legal framework that will stipulate how you register that cooperative, how it will be managed, and the governance structures that must be adhered to. And you have 4 tiers of cooperative societies, being primary cooperatives, secondary cooperatives, the cooperative federations, because again we've seen a number of cooperatives coming together and forming a federation, and purporting is a federation of cooperatives. And again, taking off at some point, the small cooperatives, officials of small cooperatives come together, they form a purported confederation of cooperatives, and the officials now swindle from the primary cooperatives. Now it will not be possible to do that, Honorable Speaker, if and when this bill becomes an act of parliament and the law becomes operational. Then we have apex cooperatives, and the bill goes into length, and the members will be able to see, and Kenyans will be able to read the contents of this bill and be able to see how are they categorized, who can be a member of a primary cooperative, who can join as a secondary cooperative, who are the membership, or what is the membership of cooperative federations, and even the apex cooperative societies. Honorable Speaker, the bill also creates offices, the Office of the Commissioner for Cooperative Development at the national level, but also provides, Honorable Speaker, for offices at the county level. And this is clear, Honorable Speaker, now in this proposed legislation, because in the past it was not clear whether the Commissioner of Cooperatives is the one supervising the cooperatives right at the county level, or if it is a cooperative officers who are seconded from the defunct Ministry of Cooperatives, Honorable Speaker, who are seconded to our county governments, and many of them are not even resourced by our county governors, and therefore they lack the capacity even to be able to train cooperators on how to run their SACCOs, and whether they are even able to supervise whether these cooperatives, Honorable Speaker, are adhering to the law as it were before. Honorable Speaker, I will say part 4 of this bill also provides for the registration of cooperatives that I spoke to, and it includes the procedure for registration, restriction of registration of cooperatives within the same common bond, and limitation on names of cooperatives. And this, Honorable Speaker, is critical. We have seen, for instance, the Parliamentarians Cooperative Society, PACOSO, is the acronym for PACOSO. And at times you do your check, and instead of writing Parliamentarians Cooperative Society, you draw the check in favor of PACOSO. An ingenious person registers PACOSO Cooperative or PACOSO Society, and they steal checks belonging to the Parliamentarians Cooperative Society, and they are banked in PACOSO Society, Honorable Speaker. And we have seen that. And many Kenyans have been swindled, and many cooperative societies have been swindled through such ingenuity of criminal elements. Therefore, there will be limitation even on the names that you can register. You cannot be allowed to register a name that is strikingly similar to another name. And this is the sort of regulation, Honorable Speaker, that happens in the banking sector. and even in the insurance industry. And it is that sort of very prudent financial management that is now being brought into the cooperative sector, because even the cooperative movement in this country is dealing with people's finances. And therefore, there must be stringent regulations, regulations in terms of registration, how you restrict who can register. It cannot be that any other person can wake up any day and form a cooperative society, collect money from people in terms of deposits, then 3 months down the line, you disappear with people's deposits, Honorable Speaker. That will now not be possible under this new law. Honorable Speaker, we have also seen the mushrooming of what were called land buying companies, land buying cooperatives, and people come together and form land buying societies, and they collect money, go and buy land in some far-flung corner where land is valueless. Honorable Speaker, and I know I see some people smiling who have been victims of some of these swindlers. Because people go and buy land that is often overpriced. Honorable Speaker, this bill provides very stringent measures as to how those who are registering housing cooperatives, how you will manage people's societies. If you are registering a cooperative, Honorable Speaker, as a land buying cooperative, then there are stringent measures as to how you will do that. Because there will not just be the categorization, as I said, of primary, secondary, and cooperative federations and apex cooperatives, but also breaking down the cooperatives into the manner of cooperatives that you can register, right from consumer cooperatives, Honorable Speaker. You have producer cooperatives, you have housing cooperatives, you have savings and credit cooperatives. Then there are also savings and investment cooperatives. Because in the past, savings and credit cooperatives, which are the SACCOs, then savings and investments, like those of us who are members of Safaricom SACCO and other SACCOs, and others like myself who are members of Muhasibu SACCO, that because they are professionally managed, they have an investment arm that deals, if, for instance, it is land buying and housing development. Many of the very well professionally managed cooperatives have their investment arms. It's now possible even to register a cooperative under this law as a savings and investment cooperative. If you want to deal with just savings and credit, then you can have that. If you are in housing, there are housing cooperatives, there are producer cooperatives, for instance, for our farmers in the coffee and tea sectors that are producing, transport cooperatives, Honorable Speaker, in the matatu sector, border sector, and tuk-tuk that has become very famous now across the country. I saw in Kitengela today a whole street full of tuk-tuks. And you want to organize those tuk-tuk owners to join cooperatives so that they are able to manage their societies better. Also, consumer cooperatives, Honorable Speaker, it's important to have consumers form their own cooperatives to be able to access cheaper commodities from producers. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I do not want to belabor a lot of the things that the mover of the motion, the Honorable Majority Whip, has stipulated. But, Honorable Speaker, allow me to mention, if you look at the rights and liabilities of members under Part 5 of the bill, and actually Clause 45 of this bill, it says that a member other than a cooperative shall not hold more than 1/5 of the paid-up share capital of any cooperative registered in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this, to me, when I went through this bill, was a very important element of this bill. Because, Honorable Speaker, we've also seen people, individuals, who form cooperative societies and they contribute their own capital. They probably own 30, 40% of the paid-up capital or the share capital of that cooperative. Then they invite other people to own about 60%. But the 60% own probably one share, but the majority share capital holder becomes like a majority shareholder in a company. And that is not the essence of a cooperative movement. A cooperative movement, cooperators are supposed to be equal, to have equal votes when they are voting. And therefore, we've seen instances where people are able to micromanage the management and governance structures within a cooperative society because of the level of shareholding that they have in terms of the share, paid up share capital. It will now not be possible to hold more than 1/5 of the paid up share capital of any cooperative society. If a cooperative society has 100,000 Kenya shillings paid up share capital, then 1/5 of that is 20,000 shares. You cannot hold more than that. Therefore, even those of us who are old members in this House, Honorable Speaker, who are members of Bunge Sacco and Pakoso, we must be careful. And now Mr. Muita, who manages our Pakoso Sacco, must ensure that even yourself, Honorable Speaker, who has been in this House for quite some time, you do not subscribe to more share capital that beyond 1/5. And if that happens, they will be given time to rectify, and therefore you can allow either you increase the paid up share capital of those cooperative societies or convert part of that paid up share capital into member deposits so that no single member holds more than that. And that is the same spirit, Honorable Speaker. In the insurance industry, in the banking sector, people are not allowed to hold beyond, I think, 20 or 25% shareholding in banks and our insurance companies to ensure that there is proper governance within the finance sector. And as I said, the cooperative movement is also part of our very critical finance sector in this country. And therefore, there is need for that restriction. With those few remarks, can I second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Allow me to second, and I therefore beg to second and plead with members to support this bill and have it become law, because the realization of this bill into law will in a very big way sort out the myriad of problems that bedevil our transport sector, and more importantly for me, the coffee sector, because we are going to be considering, without anticipating debate, the committee of the whole House on the coffee bill tomorrow afternoon, and it will be very good if these two bills, the coffee bill and this cooperative bill, become a reality before the end of this year and they become acts of parliament to help us in the governance of our cooperative movements and our producers, not just in the tea, coffee, but also in the milk sector. And I believe even fishermen from Honorable Oundo's constituency in Funyula are cooperators, and they need this bill to become an act of parliament for them to be able to govern their fishing cooperative societies better. I beg to second.
Ordinarily, I should have said even the camel herders and the camel businessmen can create their own. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Cooperatives Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024, be now read a second time. The Honorable Gichimu Girinji.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Let me say that I'm one of the members of the Trade, Industry and Cooperatives Committee who have really worked very, very hard to bring this bill to this level. Actually, it's one of the biggest, or actually the most voluminous bills that we have in this House, having 168 clauses and 3 detailed schedules. And this is all done and sponsored. This is a bill that is government sponsored, and that shows that this government is very keen in addressing the issues that have bedeviled the cooperative sector in this country. And let me first of all start by thanking the members of the committee, because we've had to sit even long hours, very, very many meetings, going close by close, and also considering the numerous submissions that have been given or submitted by members of the public during the public participation that we did across the country. We divided ourselves into various groups, and I led one of the groups that went to Mount Kenya, and the response by the cooperators was very encouraging, and they really need this law like yesterday. And I also thank the team from the ministry led by PS Kelemi, and of course the CS who also came in, also joined, and they used even to attend our meetings during the consideration of this, this bill. And that shows the commitment that this government has given into addressing the issues of cooperatives in this country. And I'm also excited because my farmers from Geshogo, coffee farmers, will benefit a lot from this bill, because those issues of governance of cooperative societies and many other cooperative societies, including dairy cooperative societies, or will now be addressed by this bill. And Honorable Speaker, now going into the meat, let me say that this bill asserts the supremacy of the members of the cooperatives during the general meeting as the supreme authority of a cooperative in making decisions. And it also addresses the issues of whereby cooperatives have been sometimes operating even without a registered office. Briefcase cooperatives will be I think of the past, once we pass this, because this bill requires that there must be a registered office whereby members can access their books of accounts, they can be able to access all the details pertaining a cooperative society. So that will actually, it's a very, very progressive matter. And looking at the Cooperative Act that is being repealed, this Cooperative Act was enacted in 1997, 27 years ago. And we are living in a very dynamic economic situation, and not every other person is straight in this space. And that is why this bill, when it talks about that proper books of accounts must be kept according to international standards, that also will require cooperative societies to employ professionals to be able to run their affairs as CEOs and other staff who will be running this cooperative society. So those books of accounts, the law that we are making also demands that they should be audited annually according to, again, international standards. That is a space that most of the cooperative societies have been failing, because some have been taken like individual or personal cooperative societies. And another issue that will be addressed is on matters taking loans. This bill requires that any decision by a cooperative society to take any loan must be approved by the members at a general meeting. We have seen so many cooperative societies collapse by just taking loans haphazardly without even consulting the membership, or even giving out loans to people that might not even be members of the cooperative society, or even taking any amount of the loans, especially the leadership of these cooperative societies. And that makes most of the cooperative societies to collapse. And also, we, as a committee, we also looked at the issue of the tribunal, which is also being addressed by this bill. And it is our feeling, and I believe members will also support us, that this tribunal should be, the membership should be increased to 9, so that this tribunal can have a quorum of 3 and can split into 3 and move across the country and address all the issues that have been, the issues or the issues that, or the cases that may come across and in a very effective and a very fast manner, so that cooperators will not
be waiting for their cases, and some of the cases are very small. So we want to make it as easy as possible for the disputes that will arise out of in the cooperative movement to be sorted very easily. And in this case, we have proposed that the chairman should be deputized by 2 deputies, so that a chair can head one quorum, another deputy can head another one, and the other one can head another, because there is a requirement that both the chair and the deputy should be lawyers. So how else can we achieve this? So this is a proposal that we will be seeking without anticipating debate during the committee of the whole for the House to agree with us and support. So, Chair, Honorable Speaker, since a lot has already been explained by the mover and also the seconder, I don't want, let me also allow as many members who are around to be able to contribute by pausing at that point, but there's a lot and a lot for the cooperators of this country to benefit out of this bill. And let me defray or say that this House has been committed about this bill. There have been outbursts out there that the House, the leadership, and the government is not committed. This is an assertion that this House, the government at large, is committed to sort out all the issues of the cooperators in this country, and we will do it for the benefit of our people and for the progress of the cooperative movement in this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Before I give the Honorable Kaitani, I would want to give an opportunity to the Deputy Speaker to contribute on that. Honorable Mary Kaitani, you take a pause a little bit, and you're next, undoubtedly, being the chair of the committee. But let's allow our Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. First, I want to thank the Committee on Cooperative on Trade for the immense work they have done together with the Ministry in making sure that we get this law. This law is extremely important. And yes, this law has covered many of the areas that are a challenge, challenges of governance, challenges of management, challenges of naming, and all the loopholes that existed in the cooperative sector. But even as we do this, I will definitely be bringing in amendments to this bill. Some of the amendments will be to undertake a complete vetting of all the county commissioners of cooperatives across the country and all the ministry staff that have been dealing with cooperatives. Because as we talk about the problem we have had before, where there was mismanagement of cooperatives, there was lack of transparency, there was loss of public money, it could not have been possible without the collusion of those crooks in the cooperative sector. If they were colluding with the ministry officials. And this is a fact. So even if we change the law and we don't change those corrupt officials in the Ministry of Cooperatives, nothing is going to change. And I can say this without fear of contradiction. We had a crisis in the last 3-4 years in Uasin Gishu County with the Keyo Housing Cooperative, where a bunch of 4 persons decided that they had the power to even alienate the building that belonged to Keyo Cooperative Housing. And they were able to do so, continue to collect the rent and mismanage the building, all in the full view of the Commissioner of Cooperatives in Uasin Gishu County and the Commissioner of Cooperatives in Elgeyo Marakwet County, because that is where they were domiciled. I, in fact, still have messages that I exchanged with Commissioner Obonyo here in Nairobi, because he was part of it. When we told him that these people had been voted out by the members of the cooperative, he refused to supervise the transfer of the officials from the crooked officials that the members had rejected to give to the new officials that had been elected. It took the intervention of the former cabinet secretary, Chelugui, whom I went to see together with the members of the cooperative to beg them to save their hard-earned investment, which was invested by as far back as my grandfather. And at that time, it was only with the intervention of the minister and the intervention of the then PS, I don't know if he's still the PS, Kilemi. They were the only two who eventually reined in on their rogue commissioners. So even if we have a fantastic law and commissioner...
Please give a little bit more time to the Honorable.
Please.
What happened?
Thank you.
Give her an additional
So as
3 minutes.
even if we pass a good law and the same crooks are the ones still working in that department in the ministry, nothing is going to change. We must undertake vetting, just the way we had a radical surgery of the judiciary during the time after the new constitution. Is the same way we must undertake vetting of all the officials that deal with the cooperatives. If you are supervising cooperatives in a certain county and they eventually collapsed from mismanagement, what were you doing as the person who is tasked to do that? It means you colluded. So there is no way that any of those officials could have proceeded without the ministry officials. So I will be asking for an amendment so that we can undertake a vetting as part of the process of repealing the old law and coming in with a new law. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Mary Kaitani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I stand to support, allow me to state right from the onset that these amendments to the Cooperatives Bill couldn't have come at a better time. And why do I say so? The last time this bill was ever amended was in the year 2004. That is about 20 years ago. And that is way, way, way before the 2010 Constitution came. And if you know, and we know that the cooperatives is a devolved function. So there was a requirement that the bill be amended to conform with the 2010 Constitution. I think history will not let us down in terms of knowing what has happened to cooperatives in the past. And key examples could be the old KPCU, I think the Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, and the birth of the new KPCU was as a result of the mismanagement of the cooperative union, which was the KPCU. Another good example is KCC. And at some point, the farmers almost lost their incomes and their revenues because of the collapsed KCC. And we know the birth of the new KCC is as a result of, again, mismanagement at the cooperative level. Some of the other notable cooperatives that I've seen that have had issues are farmer cooperatives, more specifically in the milk sector, in the sugar sector, in the coffee sector. I can give many, many examples of cooperatives. And as we speak today, government is going to put about 7 billion Kenya shillings to finance cooperatives in the cooperative sector, in the coffee sector, because of mismanagement that was done in previous cooperatives. The sugar sector has not been left behind, and I think there's about 2 billion or 1.7 billion that is being put by government just because of mismanagement that has come out of cooperatives, and this is because there are flaws or there are issues in the Cooperatives Act that the directors or the managers of the cooperatives took advantage of and actually misused the cooperatives that they had been entrusted to do. This bill first came in, for the first reading in April of 2024 and was committed to the Departmental Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, pursuant to Standing Order number 127. And an advert was placed in the media for public participation. Public participation was done in 8 counties, representing the 8 regions we have in our country. That is in Siaya, in Vihiga, in Kericho, in Mombasa, in Machakos, Isiolo, and in Kirinyaga. And we also had submissions from various stakeholders, including the ministry, the Council of Governors, who had a great interest in this bill, and very many other stakeholders and cooperators. Many cooperators came in with their, to give their views on the bill. And I think a lot of the things that we have brought in as amendments to this bill will go a long way to helping the very farmers and the very Kenyans who are cooperators. Some of these amendments, for example, could be on shares and the transfer of shares, especially when you have the principal who has died. And what has been happening is that those shares are transferred to AFA, and the beneficiaries try following those shares and they are unable to get. So these amendments have actually come up to allow or show how transfer of shares can happen from the principal perhaps to beneficiaries in case of death, or in case a member wants to exit a cooperative. Some of the issues also that have come up is that the chairs and the board members of cooperatives have always become members who live there year in, year out. The cooperative and them as members have been one and the same people. So the amendments that we have brought in will actually say that a board member can only be a member not more than 3 times, and 3 years, sorry. And that then will allow the vibrancy in these committees. The other issue we've brought in is issues of auditors, because many times the board members collude with auditors and siphon members' monies. So we've also said that auditors can also not be auditors in these cooperatives for forever. In terms of dividends, we find instances where cooperatives take away dividends or borrow money from banks to pay dividends because they have already misused members' monies. And therefore, we have said that any dividends to be borrowed will not come or will not arise out of borrowings from a bank. And any borrowings from a bank, the members will have to give the right to the board to borrow money, and for specific reasons. And therefore, that will avoid situations where cooperatives go to banks to borrow money to come and pay dividends and leave the cooperators with debts. And also in terms of dissolution of these cooperatives, we find also that many cooperators, after they've borrowed money and taken the cooperative to great debt, they go and dissolve the cooperatives without the members knowing. So in fact, dissolution of cooperatives also has been dealt with in great length so that we can have a proper way in which cooperatives can be dissolved. There are many other issues like settlement of disputes, rights of members, to the rights of members, and inspection of these cooperatives to ensure that they adhere to their terms and their ways of doing things. One, I would like to thank the committee of the Departmental Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, because this bill, as you've heard, is very, very voluminous, a total of about 168 clauses. And this bill took us very many days and nights. We had to stay until wee hours of the morning trying to go through clause by clause of this bill. And the members in the Trade, Industry and Cooperatives Committee were very, very committed and very supportive to this bill. And I think the actual assent to this bill will see a new Kenya, a new way of doing things, especially for the cooperators whose monies have always been lost because of mismanagement, and people who try and create cooperatives for the sake of swindling and suspecting Kenyans who join cooperatives not knowing that the real reason why those cooperatives were created were just for the purposes of swindling money from individuals. And I therefore want to say that I would like the members of the members here to support this bill, because it will give a new dawn, a new light to the cooperators who are actually spread across this country. I will give, for example, the tea farmers in my constituency have formed a factory and their money is running that particular factory. This bill, once assented, will help this farmer know that their money, which is now running a tea factory, will ensure that that tea factory is run at above board, and their hard-earned cash will actually be secured. Other sectors that are going to benefit are not only in the agricultural sector. We have all other sectors, even the matatu industry, which has cooperatives, will also benefit with this new cooperative and the new order that we are putting into this bill, including even sectors like livestock. I know you've mentioned about the camels. I think that would be a sector as well. All sectors, basically, because if we look at how farmers or how Kenyans are putting their earnings nowadays, they do them through cooperatives because they believe in teamwork, because they believe in putting resources together. So these resources needs to be secured, and I think because this bill is sponsored by government, it couldn't have come at a better time when government needs to secure and make these Kenyans who are cooperators feel secure with the hard-earned savings and incomes that they get. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also go on record. I'm a member of the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and I've had the pleasure to process the bill up to where it is today. Honorable Speaker, today we are here to stand in support of the Cooperative Bill of 2024. Honorable Speaker, it is important for us to understand that cooperative movement in this country is as old as this country. And the process that leads to this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, started in the 12th Parliament. And I must laud the former PS, Ali Ismail Nur, for having mooted this idea, thought about it, and indeed walked through the journey. Honorable Speaker, we started by passing the National Cooperatives Policy that laid the framework for review of the 1997 Act that was amended in 2014. So, Honorable Speaker, this now gives you the importance of starting from the very bottom in legislative making process, whereby you start by the policy will identify policy gaps, will identify legislative gaps that we have to address as we are doing here today. Honorable Speaker, we passed the new constitution in 2010, inaugurated in 2010, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, the old act had to be renewed or amended, revised to meet the emerging issues. Honorable Speaker, with the new technology in the market, with the ever-expanding scope of the cooperative movement, it became necessary that we truly have to amend the particular act. Honorable Speaker, and I want to tell the members of my colleagues who are here and who are not here, and members generally, that the cooperative movement is an extremely important movement because it's built on 3 or 4 pillars. One is voluntary membership, democratic processes, and probably equal state equality in terms of decision making. And of course, many of us who are here have mobilized resources for personal development, to resolve emergencies through the cooperative movement. And it's therefore important that we continuously strengthen the governance structure of the cooperative movement. Again, for record purposes, so that we draw this distinction very clear, and for purpose of the public, a SACCO, whether deposit taking or whatever SACCO you call it, is primarily a cooperative society. It has to start as a cooperative society. And that's why this particular act says, whenever there is any conflict between this primary act and the SASRA act, then we need to review and make sure we align. So we need to make it very clear, 12 members, you are first primarily a cooperator before you become a SACCO member. Honorable Speaker, my colleagues have gotten through. I don't want to focus on clause by clause because that's an area I have interacted with it. We have made amendments. I don't want to focus on that. But Honorable Speaker, let me just focus on the outcome of public participation. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, I felt a little let down when the Supreme Court declared that public participation is not mandatory, that whatever the people tell you there, you can disregard. I felt let down. But since the Supreme Court I believe and respect various arms of government, I have to swallow it with a bitter pill. But I hope in the fullness of time, before it is too long, we will pass the public participation bill that will set the framework on how to receive and process public comments. Luckily enough, Honorable Speaker, we made sure that in the process of preparing this bill...
Order, Honorable Oundo. Honorable
Chair.
Yes.
Honorable Oundo has made a remark that must be expunged from the record of this House to the effect that the Supreme Court stated that there was no need to conduct public participation. Would you cite the specific case in which the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya made a determination that there was no need for public participation? Because that is a dangerous statement that must not go into the record of this House.
I think what he meant is that there is no obligation, there is no categorical, legal, or constitutional obligation for members of parliament to accommodate every aspect of public participation. Public participation is to enrich the members and to inform them, and I presume that's what you meant.
Precisely, Honorable Speaker. I did not go to law school.
In any case, we do not have law on public participation.
Precisely.
And in time, you must have a law. And
yes, I didn't go to law school, but I attended enough units in law, I can read and interpret any judgment. Honorable Speaker, and that's why we insisted in the committee that whatever comment we were given, be it verbal or written memorandum, we must account for that comment. And if we are accommodating the comment, we will state we have accommodated. If we are rejecting the comment or the representation, we will clearly say we are rejecting for XYZ reason. For the abundance of caution, because by then, what was in the prevailing was the decision by the Court of Appeal in respect of Finance Bill 2023. And for purposes of my good friend, I'm referring to the Supreme Court ruling in respect of Finance Bill of 2023. Honorable Speaker, there are four things that came out very clear, and the members of public were categorical. They applied their mind on it. Three things. One, registration. Who registers a cooperative society? That became a very robustly debated and canvassed issue. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, was governance issues. How many terms can a director hold? How many years can one remain a director? Can a director remain for life just because they have got muscles? Honorable Speaker, when we were in Chirchir during public participation, Honorable Speaker, all the directors were fairly aged senior citizens. When we asked one of the young ladies, she said where she comes from, their society traditions or culture cannot allow her to go and contest against an elder. So the elders will have to remain members, directors forever. So the question was, how can we do to remedy so that we bring in new blood in the cooperative movement? So it became a contentious issue. I do not want to speak on what the committee has proposed because that's the work of the chair and the vice chair. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, was the issue of remittance. An employer deducts your money and does not remit. Your employer deducts your money and delays to remit your deduction. What remedy, what recourse does a cooperator have in respect of this matter? What if you expected your shares to have increased or your deposits have increased? You go to apply for a loan. You are told you're expecting your employers to be remitting for the last 1 year. You think you have 60,000 or 100,000 deposit. You are told the last time any remittance was received was about 3 years ago. Your shares and your deposit can only warrant you 20,000, yet you have an emergency that requires 50,000. So, Honorable Speaker, that became a very contentious issue. Honorable Speaker, the issue of supervision. Who supervises? Who takes remedial action whenever there is a problem? Honorable Speaker, of course, after all that public participation, there was a residual matter that remained. As we write theses, we write proposals, projects, areas of further study. And that area was professionalizing the sector. As at the moment, we have no professional body. So how do we professionalize the sector? And that's why we said, let's deal with what we have now. As we move forward, we'll deal with the rest. So, Honorable Speaker, I support and I beseech my colleagues, let's support this bill. Let's canvass it.
The Honorable Lady MP for Suba North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill, and in supporting, I want to thank the committee for coming up with a very comprehensive bill. Mr. Speaker, cooperatives are very helpful, and they provide a necessary economic boost, especially for micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. Mr. Speaker, these are areas that if people don't pull together, they will not be able to realize much. It borrows largely from the Harambee spirit. And Mr. Speaker, in areas, for instance, such as fishing, the fishing industry, it has actually been helpful. A lot of the fisher folk are fairly poor or indigent, and without pulling together in cooperatives, they may not be able to realize much. Even as we speak, a lot of the fisher folk, as we speak, don't even own the boats that they use. And by enhancing cooperatives, they'd be better able to have access to the tools of their trade. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the members who have spoken that we have actually seen a lot of misuse of this sector, and a lot of the members that have saved within the cooperatives have had their resources misused in the past, and hence there's need for enhanced governance within this sector. Mr. Speaker, whenever I speak to any bill, I focus on issues of governance and mainstreaming of other cross-cutting issues. And it is within that framework, Mr. Speaker, that I have a little bit of concern, and I would want to put this to the committee. I may not necessarily bring amendments, but I'd want the chair of the committee, who has gracefully stayed this far, to just look at it. Honorable Kimani Chungwa, when he was speaking, spoke about Article 186 and Schedule 4 of the Constitution that provides the respective functions and powers of national governments and county governments. What I notice in the architecture of this bill is that it does not stay true to that, because you give a lot of powers to the national government, even in terms of establishment, and make the county subservient to the national government. It does not take into account what the framers of the Constitution intended when they were coming up with this Constitution. We are still having a very centralized approach when we are coming up with this. So maybe that's something you want to look at. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the other issue of concern is on the issue of the officers that are cited here, such as the county directors. They have no clear qualifications. And when you have officers who have no clear qualifications, Mr. Speaker, then it becomes very easy to manipulate. And these are people who are dealing with a lot of monies and investment. And if you have people who don't have clear qualifications, then it means people will use people that have no, who they can easily manipulate. Mr. Speaker, the other issue of concern for me is the Intergovernmental Cooperatives Relations Technical Forum. And Mr. Speaker, you can see in that forum, because we are not very clear about issues of gender inclusion, ethnic inclusion, inclusions of youth, as provided in the Constitution, or persons with disability, it means we can easily violate the Constitution. Again, I'd want us to relook at clause 20, and because we are talking about the transport sector and other sector, whether it would be also necessary to include fisheries under primary cooperatives. Perhaps in your response, you can explain why you thought that fisheries does not qualify to be under there. Mr. Speaker, under clause 25, I have a problem with clause 25, especially clause 25FG, that provides that they shall provide a shared pool of legal services or accounting and auditing services to its affiliates. And even though it is made subject to Accounting Act and the Advocates Act, I'm just wondering whether this does not then provide or create monopoly and can make it a subject to litigation for discriminatory practices. Mr. Speaker, under clause 124, again on the issue of the establishment of a tribunal, in terms of the architecture, I wish this was given totally to the judiciary, or you find a framework through which the devolved units then set up that mechanism. But again, it still takes that centralized approach. But then again, the issue of inclusion, of age, disability, ethnic, gender inclusion is a problem. But I'm happy that you have put a cap where people can serve for up to 3 years. It's good governance practice. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the things I also like is Article 146, where the Deputy Registrar shall prepare and maintain a list of persons qualified to serve as the Cooperative Tribunal annexed mediators. I was just earlier meeting women mediators, and I think it's a very good area. But again, even in this one, provide the issue of gender inclusion, because the women mediators were, or women in alternative dispute resolution, was saying that sometimes they are elbowed by the men in that sector. And I'd actually promised that I would raise it in Parliament, and so I'm glad that you brought it here. And finally, because I know my time is almost up, I just wanted to speak to the issue, before that, but I wanted to notice on, note on clause 25 again, that under the Apex Cooperative, you provide that they shall lobby the national government and county on cooperative issues. Perhaps if you could consider changing the word lobby. Lobby is what I did when I worked in the civil society, but if you're actually providing a statutory body, they shall advise the government. They shall not lobby. If they want to lobby, please include the Credo here, and other human rights organizations are the ones who will lobby. But if you are a statutory body, you advise the government, you don't lobby. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to speak to something that Honorable Undo spoke about, the issue of public participation. And I know it's something that we'll grapple with when you are dealing with the Public Participation Act. But we need to look at Article 1(2) of the Constitution that gives the Kenyan people, the Kenyan populace, the opportunity to either, perhaps because I see the light has not gone up, I can actually read it. 1(2) of the Constitution says, the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. And I think maybe it's too early for me maybe to talk to it. But when we are dealing with the issue of public participation, there is, of course, in good faith, we need to take into account what the public told us, so that it is not, an exercise in futility. We need to take into account what the public, says with that. But we can depart from what the public says, because otherwise then we'd have to actually undertake a referendum. But under Article 1(2), so long as you still have a situation where we are having representative leadership, then it means that your own people trust that you'll do the right thing by them. But if they think you don't do that, then they can send you, they will send you home when the next election comes. But I'm saying I'm preempting debate, because when it comes under the public participation law, those are issues that will canvass. But because I like to stand on principle and on values, I don't want to be persuaded by what is trending at the time. I think it's something we need to look at a priori under that clause, under that article of the Constitution, that yes, in good faith, we need to hear the members of the public. And for instance, on the issue of the finance bill, if we had listened to members of the public, we wouldn't have had what we had then. So in good faith, I'm glad you have said that you actually listened to members of the public on this. And thank you. Thank you very much for this good bill.
Is the member at the back there, Mwalio? Yeah, proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to air my views. I'm a member of the Trade Committee and the Cooperatives, and we have been able to do a good job on this bill. One thing which I have seen whereby it's going to heal the cooperatives, because people have been taking cooperatives as their own properties, and they are not able even to leave the offices. They stay there, they take big loans, and they keep on staying there. But we have limited the times, and it is 2 years or 3 terms, and they'll be able to be cleared. Another thing we have been able to do is that the directors, when they are being elected, they will be able to deposit bonds in the cooperatives where they are being elected, so that in case they have defaulted or they have mismanagement the funds, they will be able to, the bond will be able to pay whatever they have been able to take and they have not been able to account for it. Another very important thing is that the bill has introduced an insurance whereby whoever is taking the loan, in case of demise, that the insurance will be able to pay those liabilities and be able to cover the cooperatives so the cooperatives don't go for losses. Another thing which is very important is that once a person has ceased to be a member of the cooperative, you can only bring your claim before 2 years elapse. After the 2 years have elapsed, you cannot bring any claim. The claim will cease, and no one will be able to listen to you if this bill passes. In clause 88, the cooperatives surplus and also the monies that they have in surplus, they will be able to invest in liquid assets so that they don't have money that is floating. And the people might think that money is floating here, and then they start now applying for their loan. Even the directors will be tempted. But if it is in liquid assets, then there is no way that they can be able to borrow that money. Another thing which is very important is that a cooperative shall pay dividends only when they have been given that mandate by the general meeting and also by the board. Not for the board to sit and say we are paying dividends of 10 shillings or 20 shillings, but it should be sanctioned and passed by the general meeting, an AGM in the general meeting. So those are very good, those are good measures that this bill will be able to curtail the people that have been misusing the cooperatives. And you know, these cooperatives are the small savings that people have been saving for their small incomes in the villages, for their small incomes in the farms, for their small incomes in whatever they sell in their areas. So I think this bill will cure so many things that have been going around misusing the cooperatives, directors taking money, not paying, people taking money, running away with it. But now once you pay a bond, then the bond will be able to pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member of Parliament for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, I rise to associate myself with the letter, the spirit, and the intent of this particular legislation. Honorable Speaker, if you read under the 4th schedule of our Constitution, cooperative societies is a fully devolved function. Honorable Speaker, in fact, when I was sitting here, someone sent me a message that why is Parliament enacting our legislation on a function that is fully devolved? But, Honourable Speaker, thankfully I read Article 186(4) of the Constitution, which says that for greater certainty, Parliament may legislate for the Republic on any matter. So, Honourable Speaker, I am convinced that we are within the four corners of the law to legislate on this particular sector of our society, irrespective of the fact that it is a devolved function. So, Honourable Speaker, I am satisfied that this House is well-founded and well-placed to enact a law on cooperative societies. Honourable Speaker, these societies, they inform the socio-economic prosperity of this country. Honourable Speaker, if we run our societies very well in this country, I have no doubt that this country will have economic prosperity. Honourable Speaker, if you look at the intent of this bill as per the long title, it is very clear and it provides that this bill is meant to establish the office of the Commissioner for Cooperative Societies at the national level of government and the office of the County Director for Cooperative in each county government to provide for promotion, registration, regulation of cooperatives, to provide for intergovernmental cooperative relations and for connected purposes. Honourable Speaker, when these societies were devolved under the fourth schedule, the county governments never wanted an office to be created at the national level. Now that we have this particular piece of legislation, which has given a clear legal framework, it means therefore that the county government shall work closely in consonance with the national government to ensure that...
Yes, what's your point of order, Madam Nganga, Alice?
Today. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to raise a standing order 35, where we need to have proper quorum, because whatever we are discussing today is a very important bill, and we need all to be here so that we can discuss it. So, looking at the mood of the House, I can say we don't have enough numbers.
Fair enough. I mean, you're right, we don't have quorum, and I direct that the quorum will be run for 10 minutes. Stop the bell, Honorable Sergeant at Arms. It's already 10 minutes. Honorable members, the honorable member, order, honorable members. The honorable member for Marakwet West will have an additional 6 minutes when this matter comes up for debate again, hopefully tomorrow in the afternoon. Honorable members, the time being 19:25 p.m. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 14th of November, the year 2024, at 2:30